case despite calling 138 witnesses throughout the proceedings. How does a case such as this one that has 138 witnesses fall apart, for lack of a better word? Yeah, but anyway, the court said it.
Things that the LSK is complaining about.
Yeah,
it flies in the face of what we call justice from a layman's position. So
yeah,
we are being made to understand that those 100 plus witnesses, whatever they had to say about the case was irrelevant.
138 witnesses.
That's what I'm saying. So even two of them, because you don't really need, what's the threshold? Do you need 10 people to authenticate a case?
The threshold should be the evidence, surely.
Evidence? These people who are speaking came with evidence, Parents?
Students?
Yes. And when you're a parent and you've given money, there's evidence. Yes. So this evidence didn't make sense.
Yeah. To the court.
No, not to the court. Let's not mamby-pamby this. To this judge.
Okay. I mean, the court includes the judge and the prosecution, and of course the witnesses.
I am actually being specific here. The person I'm leaving out of this discussion is the lawyer, because their job, if the client has given them a brief, is to try and ensure that the client is declared not guilty.
Yeah.
The judge. We're coming from a background of situations where very many cases in the Uhuru era introduced us to this process. A case is brought to the DPP, they says, look, there isn't evidence. We can't take this thing forward.
Yeah.
If that thing is taken forward and it's in court, it means there was evidence, there was sufficient grounds for it to go to court.
Exactly, from the DPP's office.
Yes. So, and Apo Mali, they are lawyers. So, what happens then when these 138 witnesses go before the court and give evidence? What happens?
Good question, Sitting.
Because purely as a layman, I don't understand. If there was insufficient evidence, why then did the office of the
DPP?
Yes. Why then did it allow this matter to go to court?
Well, I guess we've been answered, because hii kesi clearly meisha, because Governor Mandago at the time has not been cleared.
It can be appealed.
But sasa kama hakuwa anasafisha evidence huko hivyo kushtaki mheshimiwa hapa, unadhani watakuwa na huko mbele?
One would need to read the full account of that judgment to understand, but on the face of it, prima facie, as they want to say,
call it, yeah,
it's puzzling how they arrived at that conclusion.
It is what it is. Obado's journey. Yeah, sorry, you're saying?
You know, I find this puzzling. So they failed to prove their case when the DPP had forwarded that case, because as far as they were concerned, there was sufficient evidence to make that case go to court. Anyway, Obado.
Yes, Obado. Obado's journey from public service to a murder conviction. So this is what it's saying, Okoth Obado's journey from a respected leader to one of Kenya's most influential county leaders ended with a murder conviction that wiped out years of political achievement. What was once viewed as a story of determination and success has become a lasting reminder of how quickly a public career can unravel. So, according to Bradley again, he says that on Thursday, the former Migori governor and his co-accused Michael Oyamo and Kaspal Obero were found guilty of the murder of university student Sharon Otieno. This brought to an end one of Kenya's most high-profile criminal cases. So, former governor in trouble, hot soup, as you'd say.
They will appeal.
But he's been found guilty, man, as of this morning.
So until they are found innocent, they are what? Guilty.
This was one of those stories, Yani, that gripped the nation. Headlines were abound and so on and so forth.
This lady was married to begin with.
She was?
Had two
the
children,
late Sharon?
Yes. Had even 2 children.
Married to who?
Her husband was actually a teacher. Yes.
Wait, what? She was married?
She was married.
How did I miss that?
Well, it was in the public domain. When the case started, when they were giving a history of the husband. The husband, in fact, taught at a school in Migori called Rapogi High School. She had gone back to college.
Yeah.
So at the time, she actually was a university student.
And here we are. I remember the story at the time. She met a gruesome end, eh?
Oh, it was absolutely...
Oh, she was pregnant. Oh, the fetus was pulled from her belly. Ilikuwa mbaya.
It was horribly terrible. Yes.
Now on Thursday, the former Migori governor and his co-accused Michael Oyamo and Caspal Obiero, these were his bodyguards, right?
One of them, if you look carefully, was not a bodyguard. One of them was one of his PAs or something. Yes.
So they were his aides.
Yes. One was a bodyguard, one of the aides. Yep.
So, reading the judgment, the judge held that the evidence presented by the prosecution sufficiently linked Obado, Oyamo, and Obiero to the killing.
Now, this is a far more complicated case because actually linking and proving the case is far more difficult.
Now, and linking it, if they do decide, because I'm sure they will go to...
So you're telling me that this one where parents and students complained against the governor and some of his officers, and the complaint, a complaint cannot be taken up unless there's evidence to show why it is you're complaining. Then you have the witnesses who are corroborating the evidence. Then you're being told that there's no case there. How? And yet at the same time, something far more complex, far more complex.
Which is?
This murder case. Proving murder is difficult.
But in this case, they did. As far as this court is concerned, sorry.
That same case, for it to get to the court where it was now being adjudicated, the office of the DPP had to say, Sawa, we have enough evidence. Because then the prosecutor, where does the prosecutor come from?
DPP.
Precisely. They are convinced we have enough evidence. So that evidence became insufficient. How? I'm simply saying I'm juxtaposing the two.
Yeah.
You have a complicated murder case. Same DPP, Office of the Deputy Public Prosecutor.
Yeah.
Takes this thing to court, they win. Same office takes a case where parents were saying they've been scammed. They go to court. Prosecuted from the same office.
Which parents? Of the late Sharon?
There are two cases here. There's Sharon and then there's the case against Mandago.
Oh, sorry, yes.
The case against Mandago also went through the ODPP.
Yeah.
And the prosecutors in both cases came from the same office. And for the case to get to court, it means that they were convinced that there was sufficient evidence to take the matter to court.
Now this one is it's tricky, eh?
That's the point I'm
in my
trying to
opinion,
make.
it's very tricky.
My friend, a murder case is very difficult to prove. Very, very difficult.
Well, I mean,
how is it simple?
No, depending on how the prosecution, phrases it. Because number one, we have a dead person, very clear cut. The body was found. Then there is the other evidence of messages, SMSs, whatever you want to call them, emails. Then there is the witnesses that says, yes, we know that this person and that person together. Then there's the issue of the pregnancy. Then there's the issue of DNA. CD. Hizo mbili matatu manne, it's not as complicated as it may seem. Now, the only thing you need to do is make that connection. Now, that is the difficult part.
Murder cases, by their very nature, are not easy to prove.
Because you cannot, unless you have evidence of a video footage, like huyu tuliona akiingia pale akifanya huyu, akichinja huyu, akifanya akidunga huyu. Now, that one, tunasema, we can argue it out. Lakini hii ingine, and I agree with you, difficult, as we say in my neck of the woods. It's difficult. Oh yeah, the next story takes us to FIDA. Let's listen to this one. Justice at last. Feederbacks High Court ruling in Sharon Otieno murder case. We're still on that particular case. The Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya, that is FIDA Kenya, has welcomed the High Court's decision to convict former Migori Governor Okoth Obado and his two co-accused in the murder of Sharon Otieno, describing the judgment as a landmark moment in the pursuit of justice and a case that has lasted nearly 8 years. So City, so now what happens to the accused, the three fellows who've been convicted in this particular case?
If this was
do they go to committee or if
this was a game of Monopoly, you would go to jail straight, and you will not pass go, and you will not collect 200.
So assuming they don't appeal, assuming even if they were to appeal, and
even if you appeal, you are guilty. Let's start from that principle. You are guilty.
Tuanzi hapo. So
Yes.
this is not about innocence before.
The appeal is at this particular case is not. It's consequential when the appeal goes through and the appeal overturns that judgment. At that point, then you become innocent. As of now, you are guilty.
Yeah, it has been determined in a court of law.
Yeah, you are guilty, bro. You are guilty. You are guilty. You are guilty. And when you are guilty,
Korokoroni.
straight, my friend.
Yeah.
Yes.
So wait, right now Obado is in a closed space.
He will get there. Whether he's there right now, I don't know.
Okay.
But
Is in a how big is the cell? Like 6 by 6?
something like that. Yes.
Okay. So, but anyway, I mean, so if he doesn't appeal, assuming even if he gets to appeal,
even if he appeals, he's going to jail. Yes.
In Norma.
He's going to jail. You only need to look at the case of their collective father, Baba Yao. Okay?
Waitiri.
Yes. When he was found guilty, see, he went to committee. Yes.
He did.
These are the matters.
And we saw him at the World Rally Champions a couple of months ago.
Yeah, but that came later. There was an appeal, and there was a stay. All these things happened later, but as at the time that he was found guilty, committee.
Nikulizaje? This is now just us having a conversation, assuming there were no microphones. If we see this guy again out there just having fun, probably even chanting two-term, what do we say? Sawa, say no more. Say no more.
I have to think about it because, and not that I don't know what I want to say. I'm ruminating on how to say it. I know exactly what I want to say. You see, every time we have a high-profile case like this one, it provides me with an opportunity to understand how this system we refer to as the justice system works. You know that I'm of the opinion that our courts are not the place you go to get justice.
And that's why we had those lawyers from yesterday.
Yes, that's where you go to have the law interpreted for you. Okay? Yes. And you get the activities that have taken you to court juxtaposed with the law.
Yeah.
And you are told where it is that they merge and where it is that they collide and things like that. But as for justice, no. Now, our system, as it is right now, is a good system.
Yes.
Because it allows for appeal. When you are accused, just at the point you're accused, you are allowed bail. Even in a murder case, you are allowed bail.
Oh yeah, it's your right.
It's your right. So, if you look at the system in its entirety, it is a good system.
Yeah.
Okay? Should we, perchance, bump into His Excellency in the streets?
We just say, hey, what's up, your Excellency? Kofiti? Nice to see you, man.
And none of these wisecracks of, so how is committee treating you? None of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you can't ask him when you're on my avenue. You're swali utauliza.
What I will then do, what will then have happened is I will have been given an opportunity to now go through my mind and look at how this system of ours actually works and ask first question, what is this man doing in the streets? And I thought he was supposed to be.
Can I make
an observation?
And I'm sure I'll get some flack for this. I won't be shocked if I see him in the streets. I won't. That's a stuka.
Paul,
Eh.
which country are we in?
Kenya.
Right. Since we are in Kenya, there was a song that was once sung. I forget who sang it.
Right.
Kenya yetu ni nchi ya ajabu. You've heard of that song?
I have actually.
Sasa, once we go with that song, interpret ajabu as you see fit.
Sawa.
But that's Kenya.
Ushase? Court threw out petition seeking to block Wetangula Kingi, that is Wetangula and Kingi, from political activities.
But my friend, the law is clear on that particular subject. They're not supposed to.
What do you mean?
They are not supposed to take sides on any political matter.
Oh, you mean them as speakers of the Senate the National Assembly?
Yes, they are not. CSs also are not allowed. PSs are not allowed.
Wait, but I thought there was something about them being allowed.
No, are not allowed.
CSs, that is, and I think
they are not allowed.
Something about CSs, eh?
They are not allowed.
The law is clear, as we like to say it in this country.
The
law is clear.
The Constitution written. This thing is written in the English language, and I can read the English language.
Yes. Ulikuwa mwalimu wa Kiingereza.
Yes.
Wa lugha ya Kiingereza.
How do you see?
So then, anyway, let me just read this story so we can again get to discuss it. A bid to bar National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula and Senate Speaker Amason Kingi from engaging in political activities has collapsed after the High Court ruled that the petition was filed before the proper legal channels had been exhausted. Now, Justice David Mburu on Thursday dismissed the case filed by Vocal Africa, saying the petitioners should have first pursued the dispute resolution mechanism provided under the law, the Leadership and Integrity Act before seeking intervention from the court. The judge found that the petitioners had not submitted a complaint to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission over alleged breaches of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, the Leadership and Integrity Act, or the Conflict of Interest Act. So what are we saying here? So the court throws out petition seeking to block Wetangula and Kingi from political activities. So these guys can do whatever they want, yeah?
No.
More or less. No, but wait. If the court says that you guys did not submit this and this and this and this, hamja fulfilled this and this and this and this, yeah, so your case imeenda. So the speakers can actually go on and campaign as much as they want. So according to this story again, the doctrine of exhaustion is applicable in this matter, Justice Mburu ruled, adding that the petitioners had not demonstrated any exceptional circumstances that would allow them to skip the available legal process. So what are we saying? That a speaker of the National Assembly or the Senate, for that matter, is allowed to be partisan? Because this is what exactly they're saying. Yeah? They're allowed to campaign for a specific side, opposition or government for that matter.
You know, Paul, if the idea was to ensure that we stay ignorant of such matters, then it would be advisable for us not to have access to the Constitution digitally.
Yeah.
Because these are things we just refer to and look. It's not my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
A Speaker of the National Assembly is supposed to be the most neutral person.
Yeah.
A Speaker is elected by the members of the National Assembly. All of them participate in it, irrespective of whichever political party or political inclination they have. Same with the Senate. You cannot be an arbitrator, which is what they are, if you are already biased or you already have a strong bias. Yes. The whole understanding, we had this discussion here. The whole understanding of these processes is that once you are a servant of the people, CSs are servants of the people, okay? You are supposed to serve the nation. How then do you take side with the ruling party?
Okay. Or the opposition. But in this case, ruling party, yeah.
No, but you've put it well. How do you take any side, whether it is that of the ruling party or that of the opposition? How do you? The moment you do that, you've abrogated your neutrality. And in all fairness, you have abrogated the responsibilities of your office. So why then should you continue holding that office?
So according to chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, it dictates that leadership is a public trust. It mandates all state and public officers to maintain high ethical standards and demonstrate personal integrity, avoid conflict of interest, and remain accountable to the Kenyan people. So ask yourself, are they accountable to the people of Kenya, or Kenya for that matter? We're going to get into traffic a little bit, and then when we come back, City atupatia methali ya leo. Are we still in Cote d'Ivoire?
Yes, we are.
All right, sawa. Let me tell you how it is on the streets of Nairobi, or rather also on the streets of Mombasa, where we usually check out the traffic updates. As a matter of fact, let's do that. So if I look at Woodley Estate, that particular stretch on Ngong Road as well, it's tricky right now. No, sorry, it is not tricky, it is untricky, if I can say that. Barabara ziko straight, saizi ziko nywe, hakuna stress yote, hakuna traffic. I'm looking at Ring Road Kilimani as well, Agwings Kodhek, kule Dennis Street pia iko sawa sawa, Status Road, hizo barabara zote ziko sawa. Haile Selassie pia haina stress. Tukikuja sehemu nyingine ya Mahasura, Kibera, those roads, we're talking about the Ngong Road Forest bypass, that is the southern bypass as well, iko sawa. Kibera Drive, tukiangalia pia Uhuru Gardens iko sawa. Alafu twende huko kwingine kwa Wilson Airport, hizo barabara za huko akina southern bypass pia on that stretch iko sawa. Alafu Mugoya Estate, hizo barabara ziko kule ziko sawa sawa as well. If I just juxtapose it to Mombasa, not Mombasa Road but Mombasa County, Mombasa County haina stress kwa sasa. Kama kawaida, kama K, nyinyi mnakuanga ni kama mmetulia watu wa Mombasa. Hakuna traffic kule, sioni watu wameshikamana ama wamesongamana. Mambo yako shwari kule Mombasa County. Alafu tukiangalia pia zile barabara zenye zinakuanga na traffic kama kawa, we're talking about Kengeleni, hiyo iko fiti for now. But if you see something I need to know about, well, you can holler at a brother. City, methali.
The Constitution and the Political Parties Act together discourage sustained or formal support of another party by making it equivalent or leaving your own. I'm preambling this. The Political Parties Act also restricts public officers, civil servants, certain state officers from openly supporting any party or candidate in ways that compromise neutrality. Specifically, a public officer shall not publicly indicate support for or opposition to any political party or candidate in an election where that compromises the political neutrality of the office. Okay. The moment you support a side, see neutrality out of the window. Bas. The thing I like about lawyers and the law, somebody will look at the Political Parties Act or even the Parliamentary Act and come up with a clause and tell me, but this clause says this. It can say all it likes. Okay?
But a speaker should be neutral.
You know what I fail to understand is how they can't see this simple thing. You are breaking the law. Do you know the power of the example that you're setting? You are telling the entirety of the citizenry that they are also at liberty to break the law. That's what you're telling them. Yes.
True story.
Next thing, you'll go to an office, you'll be asked, where ni member wa chama gani? So, do you want assistance or not? I do. Then tell us which party you belong to.
By the time we're appointing a speaker of the National Assembly, even the Senate, they come from a party.
So that's the whole point. Why then do we have situations where state officers resign from their positions? Why did we have a by-election in Bere? Because
a CS, or rather by the time he was becoming CS, he had to resign.
Yes, he had to resign. So you resign from the party position, which allows you to be partisan. So when you join the cabinet, you are now a servant of the people of Kenya, not of the constituency that elected you. It's not really complicated, is it?
So you serve people of Turkana, Kitui, Muhoroni. Okay, Kisumu.
The old man, no, it's actually the old woman. The old woman looks after the child to grow its teeth, and the young one in turn looks after the old woman when she loses her teeth.
Come again?
The old woman looks after the child to grow its teeth, and the young one in turn looks after the old woman when she loses her teeth.
The circle of life.
Yes. You put it very well. I will not add to that one.
Ni kamviringo tu yani. Unakuwa, unashughulikiwa, au rather unashughulika, alafu ukiendelea kukua pia unashughulikiwa. The cycle of life. It is what it is.
Yes.
Let's check out what the Standard says on the front page. They are calling it murderers. Kiangai. Let me read it. 8 years of grief. 8 years of unanswered questions. Yesterday, Sharon Otieno's family finally heard the words they had waited for. Justice Cecilia Githua convicted former Migori Governor Okoth Obado, his aide Michael Oyamo, and former Migori County Clerk Kaspalo Biero of murdering the 26-year-old Rongo University student and her unborn son. Now, the court found Sharon's pregnancy sparked a calculated plot to silence her and protect political power. The verdict delivers long-awaited justice to a grieving family and sends hope in the fight against femicide. Niulize aje, because sisi ni wanaume hapa hivi kwa hii studio, na I'm sure kuna wanaume wengine tusikiza. Why is a pregnant woman a threat to your marriage?
Whatever it is
to your
that
power
has been read, I am as puzzled as you.
People cheat, City.
No.
Now someone is cheating as we speak. Why don't you put it
in context? All the time, not just cheat.
People cheat all the
time.
So why is this a big deal? Why did someone have to die?
If she wasn't dead, it wouldn't have been a big deal, would it?
Why is it a big deal to someone that someone is pregnant, someone else is pregnant? In my opinion, because I don't know the details of this case, I've actually moved away from the case. We had a pregnant woman in this case, but why does someone have to die for you to be free of a situation?
Ask yourself perhaps a different question. Who would want to have a mistress die?
Who would benefit from a mistress's death?
That's the question I would ask. Who would want to eliminate a mistress? Because that's what she was, a mistress. Yeah. And what were the circumstances? The thing about such stories, at the very beginning, a lot is spoken of, and then over time, those details dim. What remains in focus is the murder trial, because she died. And she didn't kill herself. She was killed, and there's evidence to support it. Now, corroborating evidence will, as you say, text messages, phone calls, proximity, because
witnesses.
It is not difficult to place you in your phone, which is you, to the crime scene. Okay. And the questions that were asked at the beginning, some along the line get lost unless somebody deliberately ensures that they stay relevant to the case. These things are never simple. They're never simple because an individual who is known as a governor is a president of that particular region or that particular county, as we call them, that body that we refer to as a county. And governors tend to have even more power than the president if you look at the things that they're able to do. They have more leeway. The president is curtailed in many, many, many ways. A governor doesn't have as many constraints.
Yeah.
So a governor is somebody who is in a position to change very many people's lives. But the instances that we see about the bulk, the vast majority of our governors in this country, is that the people who are very close to them and the people who work within the sphere of the county are the ones who benefit the most financially.
Yeah.
And the money from which they benefit tends to be money that was intended to benefit the entirety, the whole population of that particular county.
Yeah.
At the beginning of this case, there were mentions of property. This same Obado has suffered by having some of the property that he acquired confiscated by the state. Yes, he has. It's just that there are so many cases one doesn't follow these things. The question, bless you, Paul.
Yes,
the question that I asked at the beginning is that I would ask. When somebody is obviously killed, I would ask, who stands
to benefit from the death of this individual.
Yeah, because the governor would know that if this lady dies, among the first suspects would be himself, because he's the one who has a direct relationship with her. And these two other people, one was a county officer. How were they related to the governor?
Good question.
Many questions arise. And are they the ones who perpetrated this particular crime? I'm certain that they got other people to do this work for them.
This is bad, man.
But killing someone, that one,
like,
it doesn't matter how you twist it. It doesn't matter how you look at it.
I'm
asking the other question. What is it that this woman did that warranted her dying? Yes. What is it?
She was pregnant. She was a mistress. So what? Was she a threat to your leadership?
How? She a threat to the family? How?
Did the wife have issues with her? Did the children have issues? Because like I said, and I started by saying, people cheat all the time. What's the big deal about this cheating, if indeed it was cheating?
We've raised those questions, and let's take the view that the courts looked at all these issues and more that we did not understand, and they arrived at certain conclusions.
Ndio mimi naambia wanaume wenzangu, no matter what, bwana, it's never that serious. It's never that serious, guys. If you're listening to me right now and you're with your mpango wa kando, my friend, it's never that serious. And if you're a wife out there and you know of the mpango wa kando, it's never that serious. And if you're the man na kuna mpango wa kando ile pande nyingine, it's never that serious, but I walk away. Cold-blooded killers on Daily Nation. The convicts face long prison sentences, even if wamesema. Still on Obado's case. It is therefore my finding that the prosecution has proved its case against the first, the second, and the third accused persons beyond reasonable doubt. I consequently find each accused person guilty of the offense of murder. That is Justice Cecilia Githua. Now that I'm beyond reasonable doubt, even if you go to the Court of Appeal, so now what happens? Because
you can appeal. That is
now I'm beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that is her judgment. In the interim, new evidence
can come up.
Yes. Again, part of your rights is you can go through the process. You can appeal the case. The other thing that came to the fore, there's a gentleman who normally pays attention to the things we discuss here, and the thing is, every once in a while he comes up with some gems. This gentleman is called Ahmed Asmali. He actually pointed something that is very pertinent to this particular case.
Yes.
Following the prosecution, following the conviction, the prosecution successfully applied for the convicted persons to remain in custody pending the sentencing. The prosecution submitted that having been convicted of capital offences, the three posed a flight risk and should not be released on bail or bond before sentencing. The court allowed the application and ordered that Zakaria Okoth Obado, Michael Juma Oyamo, and Caspar Ojuang Obiero should remain in custody until sentencing schedule for 18th August 2026.
Yeah.
Yes. So if this had not been applied, they could be hanging out loose, waiting for the sentencing. But in their case, the scholarship still holds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it is what it is.
Yes.
It is. That was on the Daily Nation. Still on the Daily Nation, they're saying change to deal that derailed British soldiers training in Kenya. It's on page 8. So that's a change to the deal. Mana go off the hook in 1.1 billion Finland scam. Utipata on page what? This is page 12 of the Daily Nation today. Midnight, WhatsApp shook and Uhuru. What are they saying here? Midnight WhatsApp shock rather, and Uhuru's hand in VC's job suckers. Again, dancing with the devil. Hii ni kitabu ya former VC Professor Kiama of UON. Check that out on what? page 2 to 3. That's where you'll find it. People Daily unasema friends to four. Yesterday's trusted allies are today's bitter rivals as political interests reshape Kenya's road to 2027. So here we have a couple of folks. Of course, the president himself, that is Dr. William Ruto. Rigathi Gachagua, one of his biggest pain right now, if I can say. Justin Muturi, former Attorney General and CS as well. Eric Wamumbi, Betty Maina. Sasa Eric Wamumbi and Betty Maina walikuwa mabesti wa Rigathi Gachagua, sindio? So those are the bitter friends and the bitter foes.
But why adjectivize it and call it bitter? What's bitter about it? Given that so often do we find that people leave one political party, say some horrific things, and the next moment you know they're working together. So where's the bitterness? Is there really any serious lasting bitterness in the political sphere of this particular country? No. This is us curating these differences.
Like in cities, you can
come again.
You can. Okay, and I'm not saying this as a matter of fact. I'm just saying this as a matter of conjecture. There is Betty Maina and Wamumbi on one end. Those ones were friends of probably Gachagua at one point, but now they are his bitter foes. Oh,
bro, all these people who now support DCP are
foes.
No, they're not foes. They're UDA members as we speak. Because in the last election there was no DCP. Okay. So are they now bitter foes with the people who are in? They are not bitter foes. Political rivalry is not emotional or personal. It may sound emotional at the moment, but that's just at the moment. This is a theater of the absurd, and they are playing it. The gallery is us who are being played to. These people don't really disagree on principle, and if someone says they are, which principle?
But they disagree on matter of politics.
Yes, they do. Politics. And our politics, if you are to look at it objectively, on which principles are our politics based?
Okay. I get your point.
Yes. Our politics are free for all. So, when an article is written and someone says, they are bitter rivals, Gani.
Okay. Let me mention more names here. We have Millie Odhiambo, Gladys Wanga, Kunaya Cleophas Malala, and Boni Halwale, Wycliffe Oparanya, Kimani Ichung'wah, Dede Nyoro, Edwin Sifuna, Susan Kihika, Tabitha Karanja, and Oburu Odenga. Not forgetting Moses Wetangula and Majimbo Kalasinga. Mutisioni kwa list ni nani? PCS Mudavadi. Yesterday's trusted allies are today's bitter rivals as political interests reshape Kenya's road to. Lakini ni kawaida. It's politics, city.
It is.
Yeah, it's politics.
It is.
Today you're friends, tomorrow you're rivals, because at the end of the day, anyway, you have to belong to a divide.
Yes.
A side, rather.
It's that side that took you into the position that you're in, and it's that side on whose ticket you were elected. Yes.
How Obado planned and killed Sharon. This is on the Weekend Star front page there. They are saying Rongo University student Sharon Tieno, who was 26 at the time, was 7 months pregnant when she was brutally murdered.
7 ni mingi.
But me now, again, only the two wanaume wenzangu. Like,
nothing is disturbing.
What's the big deal? Someone is pregnant, so what? So what?
You know, my friend, as I said, such matters tend to be a lot more complex than we're being told. Yes.
So your wife will find out. And then, so what? You will be divorced. So what? You'll be separated with your children. So what, City? I'm talking about things, me no nanga, ni kama tuna overthink. They happen on a daily, bana.
These matters are considered regular because they happen often enough, but nobody dies and they don't go to court.
Yeah.
Nobody's killed and these matters don't go to court. So they become social issues.
Yeah.
Yes. Some are domestic issues.
Yeah.
That's as far as they go.
So you stepped out on your marriage, fine, okay, it's a big deal, yeah, it's a mistake, yeah, it's a sin in the eyes of the church, perhaps even in the eyes of God, mwenye atakuja kukuongelesha akakwambia kama yeye ameona kama ni big deal. And then so now you decide that this person that you slept with and you impregnated has got to go, or your partner or your friend or your wife, whatever you want to call them, they decided that this person is a threat to your marriage. How? So you will separate, They have got to die? Really? Like, that's the biggest solution of solutions. You don't see how you're introducing another big problem. Let's even say that cases like this don't even go to trial. My friend, you're a murderer.
Yep.
Hey. Again on Taifa Leo, alimuua Sharon, hivyo ndivyo anasema. Mahakama Kuu imefumbua kitendawili cha mauaji ya mwanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha Rongo, Sharon Otieno. Again, same thing. So what bana? Murkomen atetea polisi kuhusu uhuni, alisema ana imani na uongozi wa Inspector Generali wa polisi na kuhimiza DCI kupigana na wahalifu. Gachagua kukita kambi kwa Kindiki. Aliyekuwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua sasa ameelekeza juhudi zake Mlima Kenya Mashariki, Mount Kenya East. Hofu bia akikosekana kwa siku 45. Rais huyo mzee zaidi duniani aliondoka Kameruni Juni tarehe 7 kwa ziara Ulaya na hajarudi. Over to you, City.
We are looking at the Business Daily. Uber, Bolt drivers to get powers for setting fares. Drivers on ride-hailing platforms such as Uber and Bolt could get a reprieve on how fares and commissions are set under proposed new competition rules aimed at curbing the abuse of market power. The government has proposed new legislation to crack down on online platforms that exploit businesses that depend on them unilaterally. This is good news for Uber
drivers.
Yes. And those who are in this particular
digital taxis.
And they complain a great deal about this. And if you look at some of those fares, they're actually ridiculous.
Okay.
Sincerely, I often ask. So, I on certain days get a free ride.
Yeah.
So I ask them, how does this work? Are you refunded the fare? You're told yes, but not quite the way you think. Then they explain it to you, and I promptly forget because it's complicated. I don't want to overload my brain. Then I'm given discounts, and I ask, are you compensated? Again, they say yes. Some tell you point blank no. The thing is this. With Kenyans, the one who tells me yes is the one I'm likely to believe. The one who tells me no, I'm unlikely to believe. Kenyans have this tendency of, anytime you ask a direct question that involves money, they find a way of not giving you the full answer.
Yeah.
No, unajua, the moment usikie, unajua. You might as well just take your mind to other issues. All right. Courts to track KPC Safaricom sale cash proceeds. How are they going to do this? Let me just read a line so that we understand.
Okay.
The High Court has declined to freeze the government's 5 trillion National Infrastructure Fund, saying a blanket suspension would interfere with executive functions and ongoing public interest projects. Justice Patricia Nyaundi, however, ordered the Treasury to disclose certified accounts of regular reports on all deposits. Right. This is goodest. Yes, the judiciary doing its thing.
Yeah.
Okay. BAT profits by 3%, maintain dividend of 10 shillings per share. So smoking may be harmful to your health, but the profits of those who sell cigarettes keep going up, which means those who are smoking, the numbers haven't gone down. Okay. Unpredictable policies now biggest investor concerns in Kenya. Really? Why is that? Let me read a line or two. Unpredictable government policies have overtaken tax incentives as the biggest concerns among foreign investors are in Kenya, signaling the weak spot for the state as it seeks to woo fresh global capital. Policy this, policy that. Policy A, policy
Ba.
ndio hiyo sasa. Hiyo inaleta shida. Co-founder of first budget airline Fly 540 takes a bow years after the grand dream failed.
Wametoka?
Yes.
Wakenda wapi? Ama wameachia wengine?
Nafikiria nafasi waliochukua wamepima
I've flown 540 once.
I may have flew it many times.
And the only reason I flew it is because someone paid for it. Otherwise ingekuwa ni mimi.
I flew it many times, and it was a decent airline.
Okay.
You see, for me, what I consider decent is the legroom. Beautiful. Like some of these airlines that go to Turkana, go to Ajir, etc., etc., etc. Bless you.
Thank you.
Those planes, they think they're called Dash something or the other. The legroom is fantastic. Some of these bigger planes use 747 something or the other. God Almighty. By the time you disembark from that plane, your knees are not what you walked into the plane with.
Okay.
They've acquired some. KBL returns to court over alleged corruption in the 3.4 billion arbitration. Let me read that again, please. KBL returns to court over alleged corruption in the 3.4 billion arbitration. Jubilee taps embedded insurance to widen health access cover. Jubilee here is in the insurance company, not the political party. Sawa. Market boom triggers talent war among stock brokers. Okay. Is there anything else I want to read? No.
Okay. Nisalimia watu. Luis Rudesingo amesema good morning. Then Creative Dan amesema good morning City Muga and Bovi. Odhiambo from Migori. Kenya is a country full of shocking surprises. Cases dropped left, right and center and down as well. Long live the country of crooks. Where? Haya. Willis Juma amesema good morning City and Bovi. Obado's case is just an example of how these corrupt and rogue politicians should be dealt with. Senator Mandago Finland fraud case should be taken seriously. Tevin Amani amesema good morning from Kansas, USA. But City, yesterday I was at a funeral.
Yes, you told me.
Not funeral, but
that cousin of yours.
Yes. Well, he's a very close family friend.
Those ones qualify to be cousins.
Yeah. They lost their life in
that bizarre
Raila Odinga way.
Yes.
Accident. So I attended the Requiem Mass yesterday. Requiem service. Number one, I met a couple of your friends.
My friends.
Not friends, but fans. One of them is called Gavin, if I'm not wrong. Gavin ameniambia him and his son, who's also called like me, Paul, they listen to the show diligently.
Thank you very much, Gavin.
Now, akasema they love how you hold conversations here. So, Gavin, if you're listening, thank you so much. And I met other people. I'm forgetting the names, of course.
So, Gavin and son, asanteni sana.
Gavin, because the son is called Paul, I had to remember that.
Of course, definitely.
So Gavin na mwanawake, mwanawe, wanasema wanakupenda sana na wanasikiza show. Aya. Then there's Biwot Boss amesema good morning City and Movie tuned in. Thank you so much Biwot. Bruce Lee amesema good morning guys. What Justice Mburu said is that Vocal Africa did not exhaust all other M. Other M. Are you saying other avenues? Yeah. Oh, ameendelea akasema all other mechanisms of resolving the dispute before going to court. Sawa. Bruce Lee amesema technically EACC first. Nick Bala amesema the root of Obado matter is quite complicated. Almost all great men fall from biblical all great men fall from biblical to historical legends has a woman factor. Yes, I remember Samson. Then there is Lilian Kendi amesema hello City and Movie, niko Athi. Sasa nauliza Obado kesi yake iliendaje? Convicted means nijue convicted means nijue, explain to me please. Sielewi. City.
Convicted means you've been found guilty.
Okay.
Then you wait for the sentence. Yes.
Also, a big shout out to one of our own, that is Winnie Maganga. It's her birthday today.
Yeah, she told me yesterday. And we wished her happy birthday, if you recall correctly.
Yes.
We even celebrated the birthday yesterday, if you recall.
Yes, I do.
Yes, so yes.
Winnie Maganga, happy birthday.
But I'm sure there'll be some cake coming her way today. I, not being a cake eater.
Yeah, you will not eat that cake.
No, I will not.
Let's listen to that birthday girl, that is Winnie Maganga, with the news at this hour. Coming up next, of course, the conversation continues.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Renson Igonga, has welcomed the conviction of former Migori Governor Okoth Obado, Michael Oyamo and Caspar Lobiero over the 2018 murder of Sharon Otieno and unborn baby. In a statement issued after the High Court judgment, Igonga described the ruling as a significant milestone in the pursuit of justice and accountability. He said the convictions demonstrate the commitment of criminal justice system to ensure those responsible for serious crimes are held accountable under the law. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has directed police to intensify the crackdown and those financing them, warning that politicians found sponsoring such groups will face legal action. Speaking during the launch of a new biometric system for police clearance certificates, Murkomen said the problem of goonism has been exaggerated for political reasons. He added that the new system will cut the processing time for police clearance certificates from 14 days to less than 24 hours.
This issue of goons and goonism is not as bad as being exaggerated. It's actually hyped around politics and politicians. And all these politicians have had bouncers, bodyguards, so-called bodyguards in courts that have from time to time get converted to goons. In public, they took those attackers, some of the goons, to their churches, paraded them, and they said, we want to protect our children.
The High Court has dismissed a case seeking to stop National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula and Senate Speaker Amason Kingi from engaging in political activities. Justice David Mburu ruled that the petition was filed too early, saying the petitioners should have first lodged their complaint with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission before moving to court. The judge said the legal dispute resolution process had not been exhausted.
The petitioner has not demonstrated the applicability of any exception to the doctrine of exhaustion in this matter. So, flowing from the foregoing, I hereby come to the inevitable conclusion that the doctrine of exhaustion is applicable in this matter. That being the case, then, I make the following final orders. Number one, the second, fourth, and fifth respondents' preliminary objections dated 15th of July 2026 are hereby upheld.
Kenya needs a clear law to guide the conduct of referendums and ensure the process is transparent and enforceable, Busia Senator Okiya Omtata says. Speaking in the Senate, Omtata said the proposed law should also allow digital verification of signatures collected for popular initiatives, arguing that manually verifying millions of signatures is impractical.
If we are thinking pen and paper, then those signatures, if you are going to verify 1 billion signatures, I don't know why the IPC will get the capacity to do so. Because even if you go to the police at the DCI, to verify a signature takes quite a bit of time. So, verification of signatures for a referendum, at least 1 million, invites us to think in the modern way, to think digitally, to think computers, to think artificial intelligence.
3 men in Nigeria have been sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty to charges linked to the kidnapping of dozens of pupils and teachers in Oyo State. The three admitted to hiding information about the kidnappers and being members of a group linked to Boko Haram. Their sentencing comes nearly 2 weeks after authorities rescued 44 pupils and teachers abducted during attacks on 3 schools in May. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Traffic. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock, and my name is Mungana Mbuvi. Kama K. CT Muga is in the studio. CT nilisahau kukuuliza how your day was. Kila kitu iko sawa?
Ibaridi, bro. You know, we did very well 2 days prior to yesterday. We even had a little sunshine.
Yes.
Man, then all of a sudden, there was an overcast and the cold suddenly descended. It's like it was avenging the 2 previous days when it was fairly warm.
Actually, you're right, because like I told you yesterday, I attended a Requiem Mass, and it was actually very cold even in the church.
Yes.
It was really bad.
Yes.
Anyway, in this hour, before we get to our guest, let me just give a few shout-outs to some of our viewers in this particular hour. Kuna Bruce Lee, I see you. Nick Ball, I might not read your message, lakini asante sana. Then there's Tevin Amani, Biwot Boss, Bruce Lee, nimesema. Alafu kuna Billy Billy Wadongo. You know, I like saying hi to people that I haven't seen in a very long time. Na pia kuna Anthony Molo amesema anasikiliza kutoka Juja. Asante sana Anthony Molo for coming through. Right now though, let's get into our conversation, which is about politics, by the way. It is about predictive politics and how to spot major political shifts and policy trends. With us in studio is Jamal Abdikadir. He's an advocate of the High Court. Jamal, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you. My pleasure being here.
You're well? Yeah. The High Court, not the High Court, but lawyers are currently boycotting judges. Are you in support of that particular, I don't want to call it a trend, but are you in support of that particular
position?
Yes, most definitely. As a member of the society, we are guided on our general conduct as a professional group by the leadership. And currently, I think there is the demand by the leadership for there to be a proper surgery because the impunity that we previously witnessed, that culminated previously in the radical surgery and the likes, is the leadership at law side of Kenya and generally the country feels needs to get back again. Yeah, because we tend to slip back every so often. Then means we have to guard. Yeah.
Okay. On the Obado case, which has now been, there's been a verdict.
It has been determined.
Yeah, the judge in the case has said that the former governor is guilty. In such a situation, why did it take so long for the judgment to be given as it has?
Yeah, most of these complex cases, and Amada case is a very complex case because Here we have loss of life, and we have the consequence of the determination of such a case, either being that someone will be found guilty, and that definitely means then the suspect's liberty or life might be taken, or it will mean then the victim loses justice. So such complex cases generally take time. But the Obado case is a unique one. I think that case came to court around 2020.
Yes.
And 2020 was another year of its own. You know, it's the year of COVID.
Yes.
And courts were disrupted. So that disruption caused major delays.
Are you saying that justice was delayed?
It was. It was delayed. 8 years is a long time.
It is.
For both the accused person and the victim. So COVID played a big role.
Okay.
We had, I think, with the Obado case, again, the judge who determined Cecily, I think, was not the original judge.
Okay.
I think Justice Licit was the initial trial judge, who then was reassigned, and this case had to now be assigned to a new judge. That again also had its toll on time. Then such a case generally then also has massive amounts of evidence, forensic evidence. When you look at, I've just glanced through the verdict last night.
Yeah.
When you just read through the sheer volume of the evidence that the trial court had to look at, it was massive. Most of it digital, forensic, placing someone here and another place, a vehicle here, a communication here, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And of course, there are issues like also the defense had to try and frustrate this case. It is logical.
But sorry, sorry to cut you, but in any case, whatever, whether it's a trial, whether it's a murder case, whether it's a whatever case it may be, by the time you're going to prosecution, by the time you get into the court, the prosecution usually has everything. In my opinion, you have the evidence, you have the victim, you have the suspects. So you're more or less trying a case here. Now you're just telling the judge that this is what happened on the prosecution side, and of course the other side has to say that no, that is not the true account of events. 8 years, man. Yes, we had COVID. Yes, we had all other problems that came in between.
Yes,
the judge might have been sick at one point, and even mentioned that the judge, the judge changed from one person to the other.
Yes,
but really 8 years.
And and remember, this is not the only murder case or complex matter that is before that judge.
Yeah,
there are many others.
Okay,
so this is one among many.
Okay.
If we were maybe at a point when then the prosecution is ready to prosecute a matter, then everything is put before the court sits through, like the way we normally sit with the presidential petitions.
Yeah,
it will have taken shorter time, but it's not like that. We will hear this application today. We will not even hear it through and through because the other side has to respond. They have to get time to respond, and then that matter has to get a date on the diary, which already is so occupied. So you see, the next time you come to court is months later.
Ingine, and I know it's still an ongoing situation, but just to ask in terms of just understanding what happens in the courts, the issue of the late Albert Ojwang. Yeah, it has been taken all the way to now December, I think December 13th or sometime there
18th.
about 18th. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, nothing unusual again.
It's almost 5 months, 6 months.
Yeah, there's nothing unusual there.
Yes. 5 months.
Yes.
Why are we saying there's nothing unusual?
Because this is, like I said, one among many.
The prosecution has all the evidence. The DPP, as what I would assume, they have all the evidence because they produced videos, and then we have the suspects, of course. Then we have the victim. We know that Ojwang is dead. It's not a matter of guessing.
Where Ojwang is dead, to prove who killed him will like you see, if we go back to Obado's case, the chain of events, the knitting together of the circumstantial evidence to put Obado in that conspiracy is complex. He wasn't at the murder scene at the time of
The death, yeah.
Yes. But they said while he was away, he was part of the
coordinating, maybe, yeah.
conspirators, to put together all that takes time, it's complex, and it has to be rebutted and fought back and pushed back. So, but the thing with courts is that we have to look at the underlying issues. Judges are dealing with too many issues.
Yeah.
Too many issues for them to properly dispense justice.
Yeah. I feel, City, that some of these issues take long because of the legalese. You have to come and say, this what you used yesterday, infinitum, ad infinitum, yeah? I feel... Yes. I feel like Wakili, some of these things take long because of all this jargon, and then of course how lawyers also just present cases.
Yeah, the defense has to push back. It is their job. The instruction given by the client is make sure I'm not convicted.
Okay.
So if delay, and because all tactics, legally accepted, a good lawyer will use them to the advantage of
Paul,
his
what would
client.
you say if I told you that in a time gone by, these processes took much longer than they're taking now?
What would I say?
Yes,
I'd be
let me put it differently. That I'm saying that the time it now takes for these cases to be dispensed with is much shorter than it was in an earlier time.
Yeah,
I would say that is really unfair.
Cases like these, my friend, could go on to the point where you actually forget about them.
Yeah.
Yes.
The accused person actually passes on also many times previously. He dies. It's 15 years later.
Yeah. So what happens in such a case?
Yeah.
When the accused person dies?
That's it.
Your case imeisha hivyo.
Paul, there was a case
because
that
you
went
can't
on
try
for a long time
a
in
dead
this
body.
country called the Goldenberg case. The people who were accused in that case, many of them died.
Yeah.
Long before the case died. As in attrition, they just died in the course of time because they were not young to begin with. So that was the situation then. What we are now seeing is an attempt by the judicial system to actually hasten cases and to even put specific timelines within which certain cases must be determined. We didn't have that before.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're trying.
Wakili, let's now get into politics.
Yes.
What is happening to our country right now? Yesterday I was having a conversation with a couple of folks, and we were really finding it very difficult to say that in 2027 this is what we shall have in terms of whether it's the president, whether it's governor of this county or another county, whether it was this particular kingpin who was going to dominate. It's really becoming difficult to determine because, number one, 2024 happened as far as resisting, as we call it, of the finance bill was concerned, and so on and so forth. Like the politics has really shifted right now, and even InfoTrack and other pollsters who are trying to give us all these kinds of determinations or at least predictions is concerned, you really cannot put a finger on what exactly this is all about. Why is the politics shifting at the current time?
Yeah, politics generally is shifts, between one of euphoria and one of merit. But this country, we haven't really. Most of the time, we are in the bandwagon of what you will call revision 2002 kind of politics. And then it repeated itself in 2022.
What do you mean by that?
So this is a situation where a narrative is created out there, and then everyone joins in. No one really, looks at it closely. What exactly is this person or this grouping offers? In 2022, we had that. So it was nothing but hustlers fighting against dynasties.
Dynasty,
Doesn't really make sense. But so long as you knew you are not in a good social status, this was your team. That's it. That was the only qualification. 2002, we had the same when we said anything is better than so long as we have nothing to do with Moi.
Yeah.
We did not need to look at what were these other guys offering. No. Because you will see that currently one of the reasons why our politics is very fluid immediately after the election of 2022 is because majority of the people who voted in this government had not even bothered to to look at what exactly this government wanted to do. And this government, by the way, has a very good plan. What they call the bottom-up transformational
economic
agenda.
transformation agenda.
Yes, transformation agenda. All these things they are doing, they're just implementing their manifesto. And their
But by all these things, give us maybe 2 examples.
I will. And this and all these things which we are going to look at heavily borrows from Vision 2030.
Okay.
All they needed to do to now give it a legal status was to put it in the medium-term plan.
Okay.
Every 5 years or so, we have a medium-term. I think we are now having the last medium-term plan, medium-term plan 4, I think, of Vision 2030.
Okay.
Vision 2030 will die off because we are now in 2027.
Yes.
And you will see the major shift between them and Uhuru's government is, while Uhuru's government was looking at, implementing the economic plans through top-down, trickle effect kind
Economic
of
transformation plan.
Trickle down, where Uhuru basically said they are going to invest at the upper level, what Devin D calls the upper deck, and then these companies and factories and industries and good roads and good energy will somehow reach the poor man. But this team turned it around and said, we will invest, because at the end of the day, it's just, where are you putting government money?
Okay.
They are saying, we will put the money at the bottom of the scale. Then the economy will grow from bottom up.
Yeah.
So they're saying the poor man, the farmer, will harvest more. Then if the farmer harvests more, there'll be more in the market, which is affordable. So it goes up like that, and then which will find itself into a factory somewhere, and someone else will add value, and then he will also earn his bit on it, and so on and so forth.
No, Jamal, I want us to go back to what you said earlier on, that the government is trying, or at least they're implementing some of these things now, referencing Vision 2030.
Yes.
Just let us understand what the government has done, this Kenya Kwanza government, that is, has done in regards to Vision 2030. Just 1 or 2, maybe even 3 examples that you can say that we're looking at Vision 2030, this is what the Kenya Kwanza government has done.
So this government, for example, when Vision 2030, one of its major pillars, this government actually just borrowed 4 major pillars.
Okay.
One is agricultural transformation. Another one is job creation, and another one is energy.
Okay.
And I think the other one that this government is focusing on is the digital space.
Okay.
In terms of accelerating the agricultural transformation, I think one of the major things that this government did was to give farmers the ability to produce more. You remember, immediately they came in, they reduced the cost of fertilizer from about 7,000 shillings to 2,500.
So I hear.
So we all hear.
Do we have living examples of that?
So
yes, we do actually.
It's there.
Okay.
It's there because we've also seen people who said, yeah, the thing is straight. It's fast, available, and it's affordable.
Okay.
So that itself, and this government luckily was met with, as you know, Uhuru's final years, the last 2 years, we had serious droughts in this country.
Yeah, we still do.
But when this government came in, at least the first 2.5 or 3 years or so, we had good rains.
Okay.
And that is why...
Wait. You said since the government came in, we have good rains.
We had. I think this year probably is the only year that we have not had good rains.
Okay.
But 2023, 2024 and 2025, we had good rains. So that now, if the land is still, the fertilizer is there, people are producing, God has favored us,
yeah,
then that means we are producing more.
Okay.
And that means we are closer to being food secure. And
but the government didn't give us rains. That one we are sure.
yeah,
The rains come naturally.
But you see, the rain came
Yeah.
when the fertilizer was there.
Okay.
That now this is complementing each other. Although I hear the first lady also fasted for a while
Yes,
for the rains,
yes,
but
yeah.
that's aside. So now because we also cannot be wishing the government to fail in its policy. So
Sure.
in terms of agricultural transformation, we have felt it. I think the cost of food has come down, so that affects inflation, because it means less money now can buy you so much. That means you have extra to buy something else or to save. That's a good thing for an economy like this one. The other thing, the other pillar that this government is really standing is job creation. You will see that this government has tried to maneuver
Yeah.
this, dragon of job creation, because we have so much youth who come of age every year, but finding the jobs is not easy, because this economy again is not one that really grows properly. So this government has had ideas like pushing a lot of people out of the country. These people earn wherever they are, in the Saudis, in the Middle East and everywhere else. These are jobs. It means they are now sending back remittances. I think it's only a few days ago we saw Central Bank published the remittances from Kenyans in the diaspora has grown by another 11%.
Yes.
Last 12 months.
Yeah. Pesa inakuja ndani.
Pesa inakuja.
Hizo dollars zinasaidia by the way.
Na hiyo dollar ina stabilize the dollar here.
Exactly.
This thing, there is a way it is all interlinked.
Yes.
They have also through another pillar of housing created, I think, about 500,000 jobs or 300, something like that. That again goes to their second pillar of finding jobs for the youth.
Okay.
Then
This starts from what? Like the Kenya Bureau of Standards?
yeah,
Not standards, but statistics, sorry.
statistics is mostly from Bureau of Standards, Central Bank, just government agencies here and
Okay.
there. Yeah. Then you have the digital space. This government also that's another pillar. They have
Bless
really
you, City.
Thank you.
they have really also put in a lot of effort, and I believe this is also being pushed by the World Bank and the other folks to digitize its own operations. For example, now the single account thing, where now everyone is paying into one account.
Yes.
So at least the government knows what it is collecting from people.
I think that number is what? 222.
222.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of these agencies pushed back because they wanted, because the government didn't even know what this agency is collecting, this other one is collecting, that other one is collecting, until the agencies self-report.
Okay.
And there was a lot of leakages.
Yeah.
They sealed that. That's a major thing. I think the last one we said is energy.
Yes.
In the energy sector, I'm not sure if they are doing well, because the cost of energy is still going up.
Yeah, they are performing dismally.
It's still going up. But they are also, trying to maneuver in terms of, we had not finished the. There is a program that was started under Kibaki.
Yes.
But Uhuru is the one who picked it up much in terms of expanding.
Yeah.
The last mile, electricity.
Oh, yes, he did,
every corner. But Uhuru also contributed so much to making sure.
In my opinion, that thing has really failed. But you're right in terms of it was started and they have tried really working on it. And the reason I say this is because, number one, the kind of conversation we have with our viewers, and then number two, even my own personal experience. Do you know my grandmother's homestead doesn't have electricity, but the electricity lines or poles, they don't even run more than 100 meters away from her homestead, and I find that really, 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 for lack of a better word, annoying.
It's what that last mile was supposed to do, and that is why it was an agency or a unit was actually set up to ensure that this rural electrification actually works.
Yeah.
the hindrance had been the cost. And it is said that in the Kibaki government said, look, let's not charge the cost. Let's integrate the cost into the charges
Power bill.
so that more and more people, because he understood this perfectly. If you have more and more people who are connected to the grid and they pay, then you have more and more people paying.
I wonder how much it would cost just to have that last mile actualized. I really wonder how much it would cost, because if we knew the cost of which I'm saying
that program is highly subsidized by a loan from the World Bank. To the extent that all that was needed for you to get a connection is 15,000 shillings. I'm not sure if it's still the same.
No. In an earlier time, if I were to look at where I come from and where I live, the initial quotations that we were given to connect, and as you say correctly, our home and the road is a distance of 150 meters, the main road. But when this program came in, I think we paid, if not a fifth of that particular cost. Yes. So because of that cost,
like 30K.
Yeah, because of that cost, we prefer to have solar. Because that one it made more sense. It is, you're the one who's put it up, and you've got the power that you require.
I wonder how much it would cost, because if I were to be asked.
But that program, I think you must also mention that it was frustrated by corruption. You remember,
like every other program.
You remember the measure. The metric they were using was to say that we have connected this number of new people onto, was the number of meters that was dispensed from the stores. So what these Kenya Power people used to do, they will just go, pick the meters. The government reports the meters, so long as they have been picked, they are connected somewhere.
Yes.
Kumbe ziko tu kwa boot ya gari ya
mtu fulani.
Ya boss tu. Na in the assessment, quarterly assessment. That at one point was a major issue, and I think they dealt with it. And so on and so forth. Of course,
Wakili, the reason I asked you about the performance of the government, and then we try to juxtapose it with Vision 2030 and so on, is because I wanted to understand one thing. All this infrastructure, and we've been talking about it right now in terms of power and connectivity. If we can just rate our government, and of course by government I mean President Ruto, does what he has done in the last 4 years or 4 years that he's been in power, does that guarantee some kind of shift or some kind of guarantee as far as the vote is concerned in 2027, whether he gets it or loses it?
Yes and no. In this country, politics is very emotional, to the extent that sometimes people do not even want to hear what you've done. Other times, you do not even know your own story. And I think with President Ruto's government, while he knows his story, most of the people around him do not even know how to tell the story. Because you will see it is the president who keeps responding. So it means there's a disconnect here between him, because it appears when you listen to President Ruto, you see a man who really knows what he's doing, who at least who is on a trajectory, or who is on a path that he understands. But then you listen to his ministers, permanent secretaries, and so on,
and you realize
and you wonder what is the disconnect. Why is this person that is why you see that someone is at a public rally, other than now just telling people that as government we are trying to do this thing looks at this moment it doesn't really make sense, but the outcome that we seek is this. People are not stupid. I think if you explain, they'll start understanding you. But you will see a minister, a permanent secretary, or the MPs allied to the president, they are on the podium, and most of the time they are just thumping and insulting the other side, as if there is nothing really important to talk about.
Yeah.
And you you just feel bad for the guy because we see videos that he doesn't sleep, literally.
Yeah.
You leave him at midnight and 5 a.m. he's there.
So we are saying that, his greatest undoing might actually be the people around him by extension cabinet secretaries and PSs and so on.
With authority, you could say they are contributing.
If I look at a situation that, like, for example, he made a pronouncement a few days ago. He said university funding is going to be free, and of course now people are trying to decipher what he meant by that. Did he mean that we're going all of us will get loans to study in university, or we shall actually go to university for free and then no loans beyond that, and so on and so forth? There's even some the Help Act has been what is it? They're asking for it to be amended, yes, so that it can accommodate that particular pronouncement. You see, when we look at that situation, in my opinion, there's confusion for sure, because even he himself has not come out to say that, guys, this is what I meant. Yeah. And even the ministers, for example, the ministry of education has not come out to say that this is what the president meant by saying this, and so on and so forth. Because by the time a president makes such a pronouncement, that means he has had a conversation with stakeholders, including the ministry, teachers, and perhaps other people in that space.
You will expect that.
But it's not coming out.
Yes. So you will expect that. And this economy and this our democracy is not one of pronouncements. By the time the president is saying that, there must have been a lot of talk, a lot of thought which has gone into it. Why does it feel like it was breaking news? It didn't need to.
Thank you.
Didn't need to.
Yeah.
Where are the other stakeholders? Why have they not been talking about it?
Where is the minister on that?
Where is the minister? Where is the whole ministry? Where is all the other stakeholders? There is this discussion going on.
Even Parliament. Where is Parliament on that conversation?
Yes.
Yeah.
The conversation should have happened out here, people to put in, because again, we know that government can't fund all these things. This is too much. Healthcare, education, it gobbles so much money that we do not have. It didn't need to fall from the president.
One of the things I find strange is that every time the president says something, people who comment on it vigorously do not quote what he actually said. They tell us their interpretation of it, their understanding of it, the analysis
who doesn't
of it.
quote the president?
The people who talk about what the president did not say you're going to get free
the
education.
papers, the media, TVs and radio stations, they did it.
Then where do we come to the conclusion that the president said there's going to be free education?
Spin,
Yes, he said we plan to have. Now I'm quoting, plan to have.
Okay.
In 2025, he was talking about the free education being a right. In July, this month, said we plan to have free university education. Plan and having, two very different things. Plan means it's in the pipeline, is something we are hoping to achieve.
Can I just quote what he said? Can I read out rather what?
Read all of it.
Now this is coming from the Daily Nation, yesterday's headline. So this is what they said. The president, said, going forward, any student, so long as they have passed their exam and have been placed in a college or university, each one of them will get full funding for their higher education. Full stop. It will be the choice of the parents if they want to pay, but if parents don't want to pay, we now have a model that will pay for every child.
Continue.
Full stop. I implore on Parliament to expedite amendments to the HELB Act so that beginning September we can make sure that any child who qualifies, funding does not deter them from achieving their goals.
Okay.
And that's why I said, so there has been an announcement. President said there'll be full funding. His words. Then he said also amendments to, he told Parliament to make amendments to the HELB Act. His words. But no one seems to understand.
Where is the free education? That thing is straightforward.
Thank
as
you so
far as I'm
much.
concerned.
Yeah.
Where is the free education?
That thing is straightforward to me, to us here.
No,
but not to the Wanjiku on the streets.
I don't think it's straightforward.
And also the president is really playing with semantics here and a lot of words. where on earth are you asked, do you want to pay fees for this child or you don't want to pay? Nowhere. There's no such thing.
there is absolutely no way that HELP can suddenly wake up and determine how they are going to disburse funds. There is a law that guides the way they function, and it's Parliament that will determine that. That is not going to take a day. It is not going to happen in a week or a month.
Okay.
That's number one. Interpretation, planning.
Yeah.
How we get, my contention.
Yes, yes.
How we get to free education. HELP doesn't give you free education. What HELP does, it provides you the funding which you will repay.
It's a loan.
Yes. So, where, again, my question, where is the free education?
So, according to your understanding, City, is that this is a loan. So, if my child today
HELP is a
qualifies,
loan.
yeah, it
Has
is.
always been.
Yeah, it is actually called higher education loan.
It has always
Yeah.
been. So then it's not new. Yeah.
So it's a loan, and people
It
are
has always been a loan.
yeah, exactly. And people are asking
Yes.
the president just to come out because there's a lot of politics getting into this conversation. Why is it just not clear cut from the president? Akuja Seme, guys, can you just stop politicking? This is what I mean, because it started with him. It didn't start with the CS Ogamba for education. It didn't start with some random politician on the streets of Nairobi. It came from the president. Why is it so difficult for just Mheshimiwa Rais Akuja Seme, guys, can you just stop this maneno mingi? I said we'll give you a loan. Everyone going to university will get a loan, pay it back.
Why did he need to say it? This conversation could have started, in another. It could have been started by Parliament.
Yeah.
It could have been because the national conversation.
Yes.
The president, now, you see, he gives room to a lot of misinterpretation. Now he has to come back, I'm sure, next week to explain himself.
Actually, this weekend on some rally somewhere. Yeah.
Totally unnecessary again.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if we look at the shifting political spaces that we are now witnessing, I'm trying to just make sense of what is happening, and just going back to our topic for today, which is how to spot major political, shifts and policy trends and alignments as well. Is this part of the bigger plan, the bigger game as far as 2027 is concerned? Because let's not forget, university funding model has been a very huge conversation.
Yeah, but it's one of the conversation among many. And the current political space is very fluid. So everyone is trying to align this way or that way. What you see playing out on our televisions mostly over the weekends in rallies and in churches is mostly people or politicians trying to position. Politicians negotiating, and they negotiate very hard on each other to the extent you will think they're actually enemies. Later they'll have a laugh about it.
Yeah.
And this is normal. So the shifts will be there. There is so much drama.
Yeah, because this is a major policy statement coming from the president. University funding is not an easy or a small conversation, and other people have been also saying that. And when I say other people, I mean politicians and stakeholders in the education, space have been saying that. Why don't we have that such statements rather for basic education? All the way from kindergarten to grade, I think now it's 13 or something.
It's actually just one conversation among many. The minute the president clarifies, you will see the political divide will again either drop it or continue on the conversation, depending on how it is received by the public. If, for example, the president explains himself and then it makes sense, you will not hear the opposition talking about it, because now they say this one has shelf life is over. The other side will now again try to rephrase and paraphrase the president, because they see that he has actually explained it so well that it is, it will give them some mileage. That's it. The same way SHA is discussed, the same way roads, these other roads here and there, the loans are discussed, the same way everything else is discussed. So there is all these conversations are important ultimately.
Actually, now that you've mentioned SHA, thank you for mentioning it. I was having a conversation yesterday with my cousin, or one of my very many cousins, and she's a beneficiary of SHA. And when I say beneficiary, I'm talking about in the tune of hundreds of thousands, because she has a condition that needs her to every few months to go to hospital. And I was asking her, and I was telling her actually, that another friend of mine I took to hospital 2 days ago was referred to Kenyatta National Hospital, and SHA couldn't pay for his bills because they told him, once you get to Kenyatta National Hospital, hapa sasa ni civil servants ndio wata benefit from the full funding of SHA. And she told me now that even her condition is no longer be funded rather by SHA. And I was like, what on earth is going on? So Wakili, in very many words, what I'm asking is it possible that this government that we call Kenya Kwanza, broad-based in other terms as well, has had some reverses chini ya maji as far as its policy mandate is concerned?
Yeah. So if we contextualize SHA, you see, one of your cousins just told you SHA works.
Yes.
If you had asked
last year, actually, alienda katibiwa fully funded.
If you ask another cousin who is not aware about that cousin who benefited, she will tell you SHA doesn't work. And most likely she's not even registered.
Okay.
I'm
dealing with registered people.
So now,
yeah.
You have to take a step back. What is SHA? Okay. Is SHA free money from government?
It's a pool, man. It's insurance. Yeah.
It's insurance. It is premiums paid against claims. Kenyans, you will see someone wants to register for SHA today.
Yes.
Is already in hospital, already admitted, already a bill of 600,000 is waiting. You can definitely predict here they will pay for 1 year, maybe 20,000, and she wants to benefit 600,000. Where will that money come from? It comes from
my money,
someone else who has paid for the last 2 years but did not get sick.
I'm that person.
You understand?
Yes.
So it's insurance.
Yes.
So now, if everyone was to benefit, can SHA be self-sustainable? No, it can't. But again, this government is struggling with, even explaining this to people.
Yeah.
And then, there is no space in Kenya today for time. There is no space. Things, once you mention, it has to work and it has to be running.
Yeah.
So this government now has to spin it here, hapa, intervention by the minister, so it's basically too much politics in onto these policies.
Yeah. Okay. There's a time, CT, we discussed here about how we can fund SHA. Same thing we do with the fuel levy, for example. Why is it so difficult to do such a similar thing? And let me just put it into perspective from my opinion. We buy these medicines over the counter, for example, the analgesics, antiemetics, and so on. What is so difficult to just tax those small monies, because medicine is bought on a daily, and then transfer that money into SHA?
Paul, I want to go back to this discussion about free education. There is no single budget, there is no single item in our budget that is as priced as that of education. University learning, out of that 748 billion, gets 163 billion per year. The 203,000 students who have been admitted to university this year should cost, if they were fully funded, 30.6 billion or thereabouts.
Yes.
If we assume that those are the first years, and that we have students that go beyond that first year, and you multiply that by a factor of, say, 4 more years, it'll come to 120 billion.
Okay.
That covers 5 years. Okay?
So we have the money.
We don't.
Actually, we do not. There's something I'm trying to explain here.
Okay.
If you look at the money that the cost of what we're dealing with now, not every course costs the same. Okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't. Medicine doesn't cost the same as engineering. Engineering doesn't cost the same as architecture.
And medicine as well.
Architecture doesn't cost the same as education. Education doesn't cost the same as a general BA or a general BSc or veterinary science.
Okay.
There are differences. What I'm pointing to here is this. If you take that budget and prioritize it and look at what it is that we have and what we need to do with it. This is my opinion. It is possible to provide that education as it's stated. The thing that those, whether it is in the county government, more so in the county government than national government, the thing that you will never be told is how exactly that entire amount is expended. You will never be told. You can ask. The Auditor General's report will point to gaps, but you will never be told. I have never been able to understand how 700 billion plus shillings cannot provide free education. I have never been able to understand it.
Yeah.
Just like I've never been able to understand when governors ask for more funding and yet they do not tell you what they've done with what they received. I'm always puzzled. I'm saying, so what do you want the more money for? If we talk about the funding of education in this country, it has to be anchored on what you call an honest conversation.
Yeah.
The capitation that we provide for schools falls short of the mark that what we should provide. And yet, if you look at the budgets that we
can actually provide.
We can actually, what I'm saying is this. The funding for education doesn't begin and end with universities.
Yeah.
It is, there's an allocation for TVET, there's an allocation for primary school. I'm saying primary school and it's supposed to be free. There's an allocation for secondary school. There's all these allocations. The honest conversation about this never really comes out. There is a funding for development. Schools have to be upgraded. As the populations increase, classrooms have to be increased. People have to be paid. All these things factor in.
Yeah, and this government, I think, in the last financial year, if you hear what they say, the number of new classrooms, because you know now with CBC, this second thing has changed. The number of classrooms, new classrooms that they had to build across the country, so much. Literally, they had to employ, I think, around 46,000 new teachers. 36. That is still money that has to be put there. But I agree with him. It's like there's a disconnect between, in the education sector, for example, just like it is with the health sector, the investment made by the national government vis-a-vis the investment in the same area made by the county government, which ideally we will expect should be complementing each other towards the goal, but there's a disconnect both in law and in attitude.
Okay. Yeah. I want to just read a comment here from some of our viewers. Morris and Dati, for example, is saying, can we be realistic? The amount of funds we collect and expenditure, do we think we have the financial capacity to have education, especially university, fully free?
Yes.
CT, that is according to you?
Yes, according to me, we can. You see, it is the burden is on those who do the financing to explain to us how that amount that is allocated cannot provide for free education.
Yes.
It is not for me to prove that it can. I will just say blatantly.
But we know it can. Yes.
So
I
now,
agree.
Prove to me that it can't.
It can't, yes.
Ken Mugolo anasema SHA is a confusion element. I don't think it is. I think maybe we don't understand. Peter Otieno amesema let's share facts. So Peter, let's share facts. Na amesema let's share facts as stated by the head of state. Go to level 1, 2, 3, 4 and get free treatment. And Peter, you're very right. The cousin I'm talking about, the patient I'm talking about, because there are two people here I'm referring to. One of them is a friend. He went to hospital, level 1, 2, 3, and he was referred to
1, 2, 3, 4.
Exactly. So eventually he ended up at Mama Lucy Kibaki, and this I'm talking because I have the facts and I can produce him.
You took him to the level.
I am the one who took him to hospital, and when he got to Mama Lucy, free SHA ililipa kila kitu. Then he was told, now for your condition we are referring you to Kenyatta, and he went to Kenyatta. He paid a bill of 4,000 and something. I'm forgetting the amount, but nakumbuka tulilipa kabil ka 4,000 because the condition that he had to be treated at Kenyatta as referred. When he got to Kenyatta, he was told SHA here works for only civil servants. The words of the cashier that we met, not his words, not those of the doctor. Cashier tuambia hapa SHA ifanyi kazi, inafanyia kazi wafanyikazi wa serikali. And we said, you know what, it's okay, we paid 4,000 for us, we could afford. Then the other part, our viewer here, Peter Otin, is talking about, I'm talking about a cousin of mine who has a condition that requires, regular attending.
Medical attention.
Exactly. initially, SHA would pay to the tune of, if I remember the last amount it paid, it was 160,000. But the last time she went there, and she had not exhausted her quota, if I may call it, she was told, now we have to pay. And we came together as a family and we paid. So these are some of the things I'm asking.
So what was the reason why she had to pay?
Exactly. Again, Kashia didn't give us and we are still dealing with Kenyatta National Hospital. This is the referral, the country's actually East Africa's referral hospital.
Have you come across some of the findings of the Auditor General about Kenyatta National Hospital and the corruption that takes place there? And it evolves around procurement and just money.
Okay.
You see, this very morning, I was being told a similar story by my Uber guy. Now, how is it that there are people who will swear that SHA works?
Yeah.
But when you get to a level 6 hospital, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work, yeah.
It is not the only level 6.
Only works for civil servants.
Yes, it's not the only level.
So it's working, but not for everyone.
It is not the only level 6 hospital.
Yeah.
I think there is one thing that we have to acknowledge. The expectation of this universal healthcare policy, if you look beneath the noise, is that government actually expects at some point you should be able to receive medical attention, including, these referrals that currently or previously had to bring you all the way to Nairobi. And one of the things I believe, I haven't had really government say about this, but I think I have picked it and quite correctly, that government actually wants to make access to healthcare through a bit of coercion affordable. Why do I say that?
Yeah.
In this country, for the many years, you will realize that, for example, these machines like CT scan, MRI, some lab works and so on and so forth, is very expensive. So you go to a private hospital, which is the only facility that has these equipments to do these, tests, and they charge you so much. And when you look at the schedule released by government, they, like when they released and said that for CT scan you are supposed to pay 3,000. The private sector went wild. How? Because they were charging 20,000 for the same. So what is government doing? It is at that point they were saying it is this thing SHA will pay 2,000.
Yeah.
Now you start saying, where on earth will I find a 2,000 shilling scan? But I think we've started hearing this year, they are now going into PPP agreements to bring in, private sector funding.
Yes.
Portfolios, where now equipment will be taken across, all these hospitals. So you come to Mbagadi, the CT scan is there. It's capped at 2,000. The owner of the machine, if he keeps receiving 2,000 times this number of patients per day, per year, that portfolio is performing well, is making money. SHA will pay the 2,000. The Nairobi hospital, which is across, now will have to bring down their scan.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So indirectly, I think government is also coercing the sector, pushing it down. They are not saying it, but we can pick it.
Yeah.
We can pick it that this is a major policy shift towards that. And they do not want to go head on by, making proclamations.
Yeah.
But at some point, I think we will find you come to Mbagadi, the MRI is there, the lab work can be done there. So it is 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. You are registered on SHA and have been paying your premiums for the past year or so. You qualify. It's paid.
Okay.
That's universal healthcare.
Wakili, as we come to the end of this conversation, I just want to understand policy that this government has introduced in since they came to power, basically. And then now we are seeing perhaps, and maybe my case is different. By my case, I mean my cousin's case and my friend's case are different. But are they, number one, sustainable? Number two, will they get them votes?
That is a huge ground for discussion.
Yes.
But as it is today, it won't.
Okay.
but they have time. Because this government...
What time? Yeah.
Time meaning, what do they need to do?
Right now, but
going forward.
Some of the policy changes they have to make and perhaps even introduce will only last them until June next year.
Or even just tell the people what exactly they are doing. Because this government is not even telling its own story.
Explain, please.
You see, we've just discussed Shia. If I had sat with you for maybe another hour, potentially, you will realize that the intention and the energy is good. We're in the right direction. But the bulk of the people out here will tell you Shia is not working. And it's one of the reasons why they will vote this government out.
Okay.
They just give it as an excuse.
True.
Because the government is not ahead of the narrative. That's when you see it is the president defending himself every day, then you know there's a disconnect.
Yes.
Because again, we do not have access to the president to keep asking him.
Actually, we have access, but yeah.
But access it has to be so much noise. How many people have access even to make the noise? No, not many.
Tweet him right now. Chances are he will respond.
You understand? He has to respond. Previously, there was a time the era of the Itumbis of this world. But now times have moved. Today I wouldn't want to hear Itumbi because I will just, before he even speak, say it is propaganda.
Yes.
Probably it's not even propaganda. But I have put him in that category of he will just push propaganda.
Jamal, thank you so much. I appreciate your clarity on this particular issue, and sobriety in just trying to decipher some of these very big questions. And I'm not even sure that CT and I and yourself are able even to understand or even speak to the larger conversation that is happening to the country, unless we have people like yourself, of course, to help us discuss. So tutakutafuta tena. Na tukikuita tafadhali tafuta wakati ukuje tuongee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And of course, Morris and that and the team, thank you so much for contributing to the conversation. We are taking a short break. When we do return, the conversation continues on the People's Breakfast.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Assembly has dismissed as fake a letter circulating online claiming the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission was asked to vet 5 alleged cabinet nominees. The document, which lists several prominent political figures for cabinet positions, has been flagged as fabricated after it spread widely on social media. The House says the letter contains multiple inconsistencies and is not an official parliamentary document. Nurses have issued a 7-day strike notice demanding that universal health coverage staff be absorbed into the government payroll on permanent and pensionable terms. The Kenya National Union of Nurses and Midwives says its members will withdraw services in county health facilities from July 29th if the government fails to address their demands. The union has written to the Health and Public Service Ministries, the Council of Governors, the Public Service Commission and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
If the relevant authorities fail to address our collective bargaining rights and other demands highlighted in this strike notice within the next 7 days, a total nationwide withdrawal of nursing and midwife services will commence on the 9th July 2026 at 0001 a.m. The return to work formula of 2017 has only been fully implemented at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Kenyatta National Hospital has implemented partially. The Ministry of Health has implemented partially. County governments have frustrated implementation.
People's Liberation Party Secretary General Asha Bashir says Kenya must fully enforce constitutional protections for women and children 16 years after the 2010 constitution was adopted. Bashir called on the government to stop making promises and instead enforce laws against political violence and intimidation. She also urged authorities to end the use of hired gangs to silence women and ensure those responsible are held accountable.
We cannot have a society that silences women when they speak. We cannot have goons being deployed against women leaders. We cannot have a society that body shames women. We are forgetting we are also having children who are daughters. We have mothers. We cannot have a society that still thinks it's okay to kill. We've seen femicide. We've seen the quarry incident. There are so many children also. We are getting to a point as a country we are saying imetosha. Na tunaomba serikali kwa heshima ya kwamba mlipewa wadhifa na mamlaka na Wakenya na mkaelezwa ya kwamba ni lazima mjitolee muhanga kuweza kutekeleza katiba ambayo tumeipitisha kwa jasho na damu.
Bomet Senator Hilary Sigei says the proposed referendum bill will provide Kenya with a clear legal framework for conducting referenda in line with the Constitution. Speaking in the Senate, Sigei said the bill seeks to address legal gaps identified by the courts, including the Supreme Court's ruling in the BBI case that Kenya lacks a comprehensive law to govern referenda. He said the proposed law will ensure future referenda and conducted through a clear and constitutionally compliant process. U.S. lawmakers have introduced a bill that will allow the government to quickly shut down artificial intelligence systems deemed a threat to public safety. The proposed AI Kill Switch Act was tabled by Democratic Congressman Ted Lieu and Republican Congressman Nathaniel Moran. The move follows concerns about OpenAI disclosed that one of its AI models behaved unexpectedly and accessed a major computer coding repository. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Italy approached Carlo Ancelotti about becoming the national team manager before opening talks with Pep Guardiola. The Azzurri have been without a head coach since Gennaro Gattuso resigned in April after the country's failure to qualify for a third consecutive FIFA World Cup. Earlier this week, Italian Football Federation President Giovanni Malago confirmed that talks had been held with Guardiola, who left Manchester City this summer after a 10-year spell, adding that exceptions could be made regarding his salary. However, on Thursday, the FIGC technical director Paolo Maldini revealed that Italy's first choice was former international Carlo Ancelotti, who is currently the head coach of Brazil. Arsenal are preparing a £70 million bid for Newcastle United captain Bruno Guimaraes, with talks between the two clubs gathering pace. The Brazilian international is understood to be Arsenal's top midfield target and is reportedly keen on a move to the Premier League champions. Newcastle are aware of the 28-year-old's desire to join Arsenal, with negotiations continuing ahead of the new season. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi na kama kawa kama K. CT Muga is in the studio. Situko sawa? Umeongeza kahawa eh?
Yes. I have some more in this thermos.
Sawa.
Yes.
Watu hawani thermos, but CT kuna thermos ingine kubwa sana. Ambayo iko na
this thing not big.
Okay, akona thermos ingine sio kubwa sana.
Yes, that's a better description.
But ni kubwa.
Man, at this rate,
can I just hold it in front of the camera?
I mean,
Kenyans can see it.
Do you know how the Kenyan visualize a big thermos? Unajua zile kanisa ambao when church committee wamekuja kukutembelea.
The one that has a tap.
Yeah, bwana, iko namna hii.
You're right. But City, this is what? A liter?
Yes. No,
do you know how many of this you take in a day?
Slightly, I'm aware.
Or rather on the show?
in the show, I drink the equivalent of something like 2.5 liters of water.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ingine inakuwa na maji, si ati ni kahawa.
No.
Sawa.
Kahawa is for the first 2 hours or so. Then I drink water.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we have our guests in studio, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about addressing mental health in boys and the missing link, basically. So with us is the head of medical at Mary Shaw School, Dr. Frazier Karua. Daktari, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana and good morning.
Yes, I know of Mary Shaw because I've heard you guys. You're on a lot of radio stations apart from ours, and we need to change that.
No, that's a
I'm
point.
putting you on the spot.
No.
Karibu sana.
We love that the brand is known and you'd love to have it associated with your brand. So on us, that's a score.
Maybe, and this is advertising, and I'm sure the head of commercial will have an issue with me. But tell us a little bit of Mary Shaw School.
So Mary Shaw School is a unique school, and when you hear it being called the home of the boy child, it is actually designed with that in mind, both architecturally as well as structuring of lessons and the type of staff that are employed, in the school. So there's a lot of intentional investment in the infrastructure, especially because boys need activity.
Oh yes, they
to
do.
To distress.
Yes,
and a channel to release the adrenaline that normally will form in the boys as they grow in the different stages. So it was designed with the Ma or the Maasai community in mind, where their culture basically helped us define how to build Mary Shaw, and also the word itself, the name Mary Shaw is a Maasai word, meaning conqueror. So and we call our students Morans, because we want them to aspire to be men of valor, men who achieve greatness. And if you look at investment in both the academic and extracurricular, it's quite significant and it's intentional. So we want to make sure that by the time a child leaves Mary Shaw, they are able to be a global leader or global influencer in any of the paths that they will, that they'll take.
Amazing. I'm a father of girls, so maybe one day when I get, do you have a Mary Shaw school for girls? No, I'm a father of girls anyway. What I was trying to say is that when I get a son, perhaps I will consider Mary Shaw. Na munipatie discount. City,
we'll keep a seat for you. Just do the business. We'll keep you.
Don't worry, I'm working towards it.
Thank you.
City has a proverb that he will share with you, Daktari, and you will give us your perspective on that particular proverb. City, over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. The old woman looks after the child to grow its teeth. The young one, in turn, looks after the old woman when she loses her teeth. What are your thoughts? Actually, there is no right answer. There is no right interpretation.
Yes.
Yes, please.
So, I think that the proverb speaks to the interdependence of, everyone within, in this particular proverb, we're talking about the female gender. But that proverb, I think, applies to all of us, that when you're younger, you have the ability to do certain things.
Very true.
And that means that you can step in to help the older one who now has lost the ability to do that. Then on the other hand, the older one is able to see the path, or is likely to predict the path that the younger one will walk to get to where she got. And so as she is toothless, it's an indicator of the wisdom or the path she has walked to get to where she is. And so she's able to advise, direct, or even illustrate to the younger one what being a successful or a woman of, greatness is.
Are you sure you're not a Cote d'Ivoirian?
Oh, well,
you know what you've just described.
Yes.
Circle of life.
Yes, you have.
That's exactly what you've just described.
Thank you.
So your interpretation, even from our point of view, is spot on.
Thank you.
Very perfect. Thank you so much, Daktari. Addressing mental health in boys. Let's just talk about boys for a second.
Yes.
Boys go through a lot, do they? That's a question.
No, they do.
Yeah.
And I think we all as a society need to take accountability for that. For the longest time.
Wait, who needs to take accountability
all
for
of
that?
us.
Okay.
The society.
All right.
Because first of all, we have stereotyped and defined what being a boy or a male child is. And that then puts a lot of pressure on this young man to become that person
that we think he
that
needs
we
to
think
be.
he must be, without even showing him how it is done. So the male mentor or male version of who he's supposed to be is drummed into his head from a very tender age.
Okay.
Secondly, when you look at the two genders, a lot of funding and resources have been put to strengthen the girl child. So that has had, an unintended impact on the boy child.
Okay.
And if you look at data, across the continent or globally, the boy is currently performing worse in academics. The boy child is now...
Is this the impact you're talking about?
Yes, this is the impact.
The unintended one.
Unintended impact,
Okay.
because a lot went into the girl, and that was not wrong. The only issue is that along the way, we forgot to carry the boy along.
Okay.
And so you find that there's a lot of positive impact that has been gained on, around the girl child. Through affirmative action, health programs. There's
Even
a lot of
politically, the girl child has really, been empowered, though not to the level we want.
And you see, then the boy child who's left behind is intimidated by this, empowered girl.
Yeah.
And in school, you see that boys are now more shy. They want to withdraw. The dropout rate has increased. And, when you talk to, parents and teachers, the question is, who will these girls marry?
Yeah. Dr. Before you even continue, and I thank you for mentioning this, you have said that the boy child has been affected by the empowerment of the girl child, and you have made a very good attempt at explaining, but I would like you to explain it a bit further in terms of you've said that for example, the boy child is now shy. Is the boy child shy?
The boy child of today is shy. And shy means that he is not self-confident enough to stand up and be counted, because the environment unintentionally keeps putting pressure on him.
Putting pressure or covering, or what's the right word? When you put a lid on something, is it being covered? I'm trying to look for the word, but the right adjective here. But is it being covered the way you'd put a lid on this cup, for example?
No, okay. So what I think is that he's being
suppressed.
Suppressed.
Thank you.
Yes, and this is across board. They're not saying, that it applies to any specific geography or culture.
So we're talking about the boy child in Massachusetts, as we talk about him in Narok County.
Yes, because if you look at the global, statistics, 1 in 7 adolescents has a mental disorder, and of this, the boy child is more than half. In Kenya, the mental health survey for adolescents indicated that 43% of our adolescents have some sort of mental disorder, which is, when we define it, it could be below the threshold to be called a disease using the Data and Statistics Manual, 5 DSM, so that you can say this is depression. But there are some symptoms to show that they've had some depressive thoughts or suicidal thoughts or something like that. And so, if that's the case,
this is data.
Actually, it was published in 2025
by who?
By the Ministry of Health.
Okay.
As well as I think John Hopkins was part of the group. So it is a real issue. And coming back to the boy child, who even in this case has a higher prevalence, it means that we need to relook at how we are addressing the boy child's issues, how we define a man, how we give them the room to have emotional vulnerability and to be able to release it.
Siti Muga,
yes.
Did you know of this?
No, I'm hearing of it today. I know of other data.
And the reason I'm asking is because I know you. But you are a man and a father as well. Did you know?
Yes, I am a research scientist. But I know this particular data I have not interacted with, or this particular survey. But this has been an ongoing concern for the entirety of this particular century.
It's actually very depressing news.
Yes, it started moving upwards, but attention was given to this particular subject. When now the proportions, or what it is that people were seeing, got to alarming numbers.
Levels, yeah.
Yes, but what that tells you that if we're seeing the outcome of these things in the 2020 and the 2000s going onwards, it means the problems began earlier. Much earlier. Because for children to be affected in that manner, go back and ask, who are the parents of adolescents? How old are they? And at what point, at the time when these children were infants, what were the influences that these parents had on them? Because those influences determine how they parent.
Yeah.
And when you look at the leadership that we have, for instance, now in Parliament, and you put an average of, say, the age of 45 going to 50 of parliamentarians, you take it back. Many of them were functioning adults in the previous century.
Yeah.
And at the point at which they started having children, many of them have children who are adolescents now. But their upbringing was influenced by what these parents went through and how they were influenced at their time.
Okay.
There are very many arguments about this and discussions as to what it is that were the prime influences or attributes. But the social fabric as we knew it, and the conflict that has always arisen between what we call a traditional way of looking at society and the modern encroachment of how people should perceive things, intermingling and trying to find its place within the so-called traditional setup. It contributes significantly. And then also there's a societal fragmentation that has taken place over time. When you look at, say, the family setup and what it was and what it is
currently.
Yes, and then specifically the role of men and the role of women in child rearing. And then the role of fathers. Specifically now.
Yes.
And then the role of mothers, again, both are specific in their bringing of children.
Actually, I want to pick it up from where City has put it. The role of parents, mothers, fathers, as far as upbringing of the boy child is concerned. In that statistic that you mentioned, 73% you said, right?
43%.
43?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Paul
you.
decided to give you another 30.
Just to...
No. I was seeking clarification, but yeah.
So, yeah.
43%. What role is parent, or rather, what roles are the parents playing in that particular statistic?
So definitely, what defines the value, the character, and the culture of a child is where they are brought up.
Okay.
And this could be mothers, fathers, or other caregivers who are involved in the child's care throughout the growth phases, because there is early childhood. So this is 2 to 6 years, and at that point, children are already, showing emotions.
Yes.
There is temper tantrums and all that.
Terrible twos
and all that. So what do we do when that happens? Do the parents or caregivers have the tools to address that behavior in a manner that the child transitions from it, having learned a lesson and having matured in the way that they're supposed to?
Okay.
Secondly, when now they join school, that's preteen age, they're now exposed to other children, and there's peer pressure or friendships forming.
Yes.
When that child goes home and talks to the parents about, or the caregivers about, what's happening, how are values inculcated into them within that space?
All right.
Then you talk to about 10 to 14. There is where the real issues start, because now that's when the testosterone levels spike, and that's when the male part of the child really awakens.
Now comes out. Yeah.
And therefore, at that age, the testosterone is high, but the brain, the prefrontal cortex.
But your prefrontal cortex is hapa mbele man.
Hapa mbele.
That's why it's called
Frontal.
Okay.
Just sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Then
so
anyway. What is inside it.
Okay.
So the prefrontal cortex is basically the control center of the brain. So it's not yet mature. So this is a child who then needs guidance on how to, utilize that sudden change.
Yeah.
And so that we also know that at that point the child is in school.
Okay.
So school and home, how are we helping them deal with this and cope with this new, set of hormones that bring in certain emotions?
Yeah.
And it's important to also observe behavior. So when you see a child at that age is withdrawing or is becoming violent or is not themselves, then there needs to be an intervention.
Okay.
And what we think is best practice is having shoulder to shoulder conversations. So boys don't react well to direct eye contact conversations. That's scientific.
Are we talking about children here? Generally.
Let me not say the male gender. I'm talking about adolescents. Eh?
They don't.
But
I must have been a very difficult child then. Me nakupatianga macho.
If they have a problem,
yes,
and you're standing over them, they're intimidated, and the reaction to that is what? Clamp up. So repressing.
Hold on, Dr.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask this.
Yes.
This is a session now we're having. Have I given you eye contact since we came in?
You've just given it to me when I've said that.
Okay.
Normally, it's not there.
Okay. Where?
No, you've been vindicated. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because maybe it's my training.
It is our training, Paul.
I give you eye contact, but I want to ask questions.
But you,
yes,
your training in the theatre arts gives you an advantage.
Yes, indeed it does.
Because when you act on stage, you have to look at the
audience. Oh, yes, you have to.
And you also taught, like, now you may think I'm looking at you, but I'm actually looking at your forehead.
Yes.
But my eyes indicate that I'm actually looking at you.
Okay.
That is what people who are in the theatre arts are taught.
Very true.
Yes, so it's just a factor that is identifiable with adolescents.
May I focus on your nose? But there's a question here, a statement by one of our viewers.
Yes.
This is Oliver. Oliver Nasema. I may put as a sentence, but I think I want to understand what he means. And I'm sorry, Oliver, if I misunderstand you. But I'm saying single mothers. Is this single mothers? I don't want to call it a pandemic, really, but pandemic would be worldwide. But is it endemic in our country? And is it contributing in any way, shape, or form to what the boy child could be going through psychologically?
This is what I'll say. Traditionally, the child belongs to a community. And where there is a single mother, for whatever reason, a male relative needs to step in.
Yeah.
And that was what was culturally done. So that, one, the child will have that male figure that he can emulate in terms of who he can be. Secondly, it reduces the influence of the mother on the boy without any, overriding male influence, because it's important for the both.
It creates a balance.
Yes, so that you've got a balance of the influence of the male parent and the influence of the female parent.
Yeah.
So if we see that, we can actually identify single mothers, and we see that boys from those families, that family setup, have an issue, then as a community, what are we doing about it? There are men in the society, there are men in the families. Let's step in and help bring this child up to become the man he's meant to be. And to also appreciate the change that has happened over time, that today, being overly masculine is not appreciated, because in some cases it becomes toxic. But if a child knows this is the level of masculinity that is appropriate for my age and for my gender, then they become that man that they were meant to be. So the reason why Merisho is called the home of the boy child is that regardless of where the child comes from, Merisho provides that home and home environment for the child to feel that there is both the academic investment, but also an investment in their emotional wellness.
The moran in them.
Yes, the moran in them is is actually allowed to thrive and become recognized. So I think it's just to encourage the community and society at large to support boys in whatever way they can. By being good examples. By talking to them. And so this shoulder to shoulder approach I was mentioning works very well with the boy child, especially after 10, because they will then be able to have a conversation and express themselves.
Now that we're talking about marriage show, it's a boys' school, yeah?
Yeah.
What are some of the things that you see in these boys that you can say, and I'm looking for the right adjective here, that you can say is exuded as far as them expressing themselves as men, as boys, and you feel like this is something we need to encourage, and some things that you feel this perhaps needs to be discouraged? If you can just help us explain that factor.
So I think one thing that you'll find in every marriage boy is self-confidence.
Okay.
Each one of them is seen, heard, and validated. And so with that, then comes some responsibility on them to ensure that that confidence is, shown in a positive, way. Because on the contra of a confidence can be shrugged upon or can make your character have some pride or so it's that balance and setting boundaries around what does it mean to be self-confident, what does it mean to be honest, accountable. When you're told you're going to be a provider of your family, so what's your path to that going to be? So we've invested a lot in ensuring that our Morans first have mentors, and it's parents who are the main mentors, because a parent will come and mentor another child, not their own, and both in life skills as well as in the career path that they would want to take. Secondly, our teachers are trained to not to use a traditional, I have said this and this must be, it's more of a conversation, and it's called cognitive pedagogy, where the child can, answer back and ask Mwalimu, you said this and that, but I read here that this is, and so they have a conversation where both then are learning, and the confidence of that child continues to build in the knowledge that they're getting from the academics. And those who are talented, they have all the infrastructure and they're exposed to other similar schools and all that to be able to express this talent. We also have a global program, and so we take our children to other countries to experience other cultures. So we call it, some cultural immersion. So that they can know how the other people in the world, operate, and how the cultures either are different or are similar. And also to inspire them to see themselves as a global citizen, and their contribution to it.
How do you decide which countries to visit?
So, being a democracy, we
visit dictatorships.
Oh my lord!
I was being facetious, but yeah, continue.
No. We allow parents and children to suggest, countries that they would like to visit. Now it's up to us then to determine from that list, which one will we gain the most in terms of empowering this young man. Secondly, there is a cost issue. So some places are very costly to visit,
of course,
and you want everyone to participate. So there's some, checkpoints or elements that we address when choosing a location, and we allow the parents to be part of it as well as the child. And so it's structured so that they don't just go and do what they want. There is an objective of learning, and when they come back, then they're able to say, we went to the US and this is how people behave, or this is how people are taught. And so that enriches them from a life skill point of view, as well as the academic element. Yeah.
What are the main challenges to this process? Because the process, in my mind, is clearly thought out. The objectives are clearly thought out, and the outcomes that are anticipated are also clearly thought out. But there always are challenges. So what are the main challenges that this process faces?
The process of
this process of inculcating and immersing the students into a cross-cultural experience to help them understand some of the things that are being inculcated in their learning process.
Okay. I think one of the challenges has been language. And so, for example, if we take our children to Spain and they cannot speak Spanish, the level of interaction, or integrated learning may be impacted, and especially for markets or countries where the language that's spoken is not English. Secondly is culture. There's a way we have our culture inculcated in us. So an example is children in Japan during lunchtime, first of all, have a serving duty. And these are children in elementary school.
How old are these children in elementary school?
So in elementary, you're talking about 6 to 7 years. So they serve the others in class. And while they're serving, the rest can't touch their food. They can only eat when everybody has been served. Secondly, once you're served, if the child thinks that food is too much, they go back and say, please reduce this portion. Maybe someone else
needs it.
So what does that do? It basically addresses wastage. There's no wastage.
And gluttony,
obviously. And then there's that mutual, respect that and more of us, their social.
You are taught to think about other people. Exactly. Yeah.
So when we immerse a Kenyan child in that culture, they'll initially struggle.
Why?
Because we don't do. I mean, is it a normal?
Actually, here we pile food on our kids.
Thank
tell
you.
them kula hiyo yote na umalize hiyo nyama, mbona umebakisha hiyo nyama, kunywa hiyo supu.
Secondly, as long as you're served, I know you start eating. Do you wait for everybody to be served?
In my household, we serve at the same time, so
that you have to think about. It tells you.
No. I'm starting to think in a larger setting, like say a wedding, a funeral.
You see,
even just like Christmas. I was trying to think.
First of all, when you have a public gathering, do you think the people who queue and pile their plates are thinking of other people who may want to eat the same food?
No, in majority of the events I attend, I'm an MC, so
yes.
MC upatiwa chakula mtu wa kwanza.
No, but you observe what others are doing.
Lakini ungojoi kila mtu apewe food ndio kule.
Nipata chakula and then I wait for 300 people to eat bwana.
There you go. So you see the difference?
Yes. Yeah. It's very true.
So imagine just one thing, food, and how the social
setting,
setting, and also the learning that they've had to inculcate in those children to behave in that manner, and it means that they've mastered it by 6 years.
Okay.
So when they are older and come of age, they'll inculcate the same
to their kids.
And so for us, it's to also have going back to that challenge is there, where cultures are different, and so you're talking about young boys or young men going and facing this kind of so they either withdraw, get moody, because they can tell this is different, and so it's upon the people, it's upon us to ensure that before the trip, they are well prepared. When you look at how, when they're able to know what to expect, and they even taught a few words and also shown some of those videos about the different cultures, then that enriches their experience when they get there. So I think I would stop at that point in terms of the main challenges.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Have you considered the challenge that a certain gadget called the smartphone and the contents have?
Yes.
Would you consider that to be a major challenge?
Okay, let's say this. Across board, the youth, the screen time is definitely going off the charts, right? And that has had some impact on them behaviorally as well as their mental wellness. But where there's a school setting and you're talking about the child spending more than about 70% of their time interacting with the school, then we're able to model some behavior that, for example, you can have screen time up to this point, and after this you go to bed because you need at least 7 hours of sleep to be able to meet the challenges for tomorrow, which include sports, some assignments and all that. So when it's repeated over time, you find that the instinct to always reach for the screen actually significantly reduces, because when there's screen time, you're allowed to do your what you need to do, obviously with safeguarding, so that the content they can access is actually appropriate. But they know that at this point there's a point of returning the gadget and going to do the other activities. So I think we need now to inculcate that even within the homes, that screen time is this much. And with the smartphones, it's not very hard because there's a Google parent, there's a you can actually determine how many hours a child will spend on the phone.
Okay.
And also, if they don't follow it themselves, you have the you have the button to actually switch their phone off if they go over and above. And secondly, it's encouraged to see how they behave without intervention first, because you want to show them you trust them. Now, if they break the trust, then the implications are 1, 2, 3. So starting from a point of trust and honesty, then you find that they actually return it back. They will try their best not to break that.
Okay.
So that's a way of buying them into doing the right thing by recognizing what they do well and positive reinforcement, and what they do not, then put some boundaries that they can see what went wrong, and they're able to reflect on their behavior and determine that they'll take a different path given another chance.
At what point does the prefrontal cortex mature? What age?
So the prefrontal cortex would mature by the time he's 18. That's when
25.
He's a man.
25. That actually is a scientifically proven age. It was thought to be 18, and that's the reason why many countries actually place the adulthood at
18.
Yes, but research on this particular subject has proven that most people think it is 18 because there's evidence to support it. It's actually 25. Now, the reason I'm asking this question is this. If these children are between the ages of 13 to 17?
18, yeah.
Their frontal cortex is very far from maturing, meaning they are more susceptible to influences than we realize.
Siti, what is mature in this case? When we say the cortex has
fully
matured.
formed.
Yeah.
Yes.
What exactly are we talking about?
The frontal cortex, what it does, it is that part of your brain that helps you understand, formulate, synthesize, analyze information. Now, maturity means...
So before that, we don't formulate. What do you mean?
We formulate, but it's piecemeal. There isn't enough that can actually give you that balanced view that somebody who is older would have. When we talk of older, the older people are people who have matured frontal cortex, and a lot of it is born out of experience. They have made the mistakes, they've understood, and part of it is, okay, let me give a different example. There are young people who are very quick thinkers.
Okay,
and you assume they're mature. Being a quick thinker and being mature are not necessarily the same thing, because when you're a quick thinker, all you can do is synthesize and analyze and understand something quickly. But to take that piece of information and contextualize it within a broader spectrum and understand what it is that it means, that one takes experience and time. Yes, it's not something that if I was young, how then do we keep saying, when I was young, I didn't really understand this thing.
I was young and stupid.
Actually, no, you are not stupid. You actually understood it, but your frontal cortex had not matured to the level that it has when you're older. That's really the point. Yes.
I think in my view, I would say that 25, that's too late. When you look at milestones, it's, for example, the children who maybe learn to walk at 3 years. Yes, they'll walk, but is that normal achievement of milestones? It's not.
Good question.
So, if we normalize late achievement of milestones, then that's a problem. Because if you follow what we look at first, the size of the prefrontal cortex, its activities and synapses that it's able to make, and facing a challenge, how does the brain react? So ideally, by 18, we expect this child to have achieved that milestone. So them not achieving is a question of the environment. What are they exposed to? There's a joke, I was told, that in some community, to test, I guess they were testing the prefrontal cortex, they would ask a boy, shoot at that bird, but make sure with the catapult, but make sure when you're shooting, your eyes are closed, because when your eyes are closed, even its eyes are closed and it won't see you. So, what do you think about the boy who shoots?
In my maybe neck of the woods, tutamwita fala.
What about the one who will ask, excuse me, what does my eyes closing have to do with shooting the bird or the bird's eyes? So they had methods of saying this one has not achieved that milestone of critical thinking. So I would say that we need then to say, what are the things we have to inculcate in our normal environment that challenges, because the prefrontal cortex actually wakes up or forms fully because it has had to process a lot of information, face challenges. And so that's why we say, for example, the boys need to be in a sport. That sport will reduce cortisol, will increase endorphins, so that the brain is multifunctioning. So it's not just the testosterone or the frontal.
So it will increase.
So it will increase, and also it increases the blood supply to the brain.
Yes.
What does that mean? As you keep going,
you're feeding the brain.
Every part of the brain is
functional.
Is functional and getting the enough input to process. But if it's the current, actually there's a study that has been done, I think it was published 2 years ago, showing that the current young man or young girl, their prefrontal cortex has actually reduced. The size doesn't gain the size it's supposed to. They're actually becoming smaller because what do you need to do when you're just watching Netflix
and
or
movies and
cartoons? Nothing.
And TikTok.
So you're not activating the brain to critical thinking.
Okay.
And so that's one of the findings that has led some countries to actually ban phones
and some to restrict.
Yes, and
France has banned social media for adolescents.
Paul, 11 countries have banned it in national schools outrightly. They've said no. So what do you think they have seen over time? They started seeing a lot of these things in the previous century. Some begin the period around 2012. Now, Daktari, let me contextualize what I was saying.
Yes.
For educational purposes, you are spot on. You cannot wait until the age of 25. What the school does is prepare the mind and set it on a definitive path which can then mature and get to the apex at around 25. Yes, so when I said 25, I wasn't contextualizing the education system. I was talking about a broad spectrum, but in that respect, I am wrong and you are right. When it comes to an educational setting, 18 is the ballpark that you want to look at, and everything you do around it has to focus on what you achieve by the time you are getting to that particular age. Because, indeed, there are countries that the maturity voting adult age is at 16. Now, that one now, these are children. They are maturing, but even these countries have over time changed. There is, why I brought in the issue of the smartphone is this. A very useful tool, and the research that you quoted actually came after the alarm bells had been ringing for some time. And people had been realizing, let me give it a social context. Every generation seeks to ensure that the generation that comes out of them is better than them.
Exactly.
And from around 2012 going on, we realized that wasn't going to happen. And you can trace it back to the advent of the smartphone and now the influence it was having. The brain wasn't doing what it's supposed to actually do. It wasn't being given the ecosystem within which it can grow, develop, and further knowledge. It was reaching a certain point in time, and it wasn't stagnant, it was diminishing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Dr. Going forward, just to ensure that boys are in a good mental space, what should be done, number one, by the parents, and of course, number two, by our education system?
I think first is recognize that it happens, that it's actually a problem first. And then secondly, empower ourselves with the knowledge and understanding of how to address, first, even prevent these issues, and two, if they do happen, how do we react? And how do we allow the boy child to be vulnerable in a safe environment? Because we must recognize that boys have emotions. And the moment you tell them they should not have emotions, they clamp up. And that's what will come out as rage or violence at some point. But if they are taught emotional literacy and told you can get angry, but channel that anger into something positive, because as a human being everyone can get angry.
Very true.
And so we need to first admit there's a problem, acquire knowledge ourselves. We are responsible, we are the adults. Let's be responsible and acquire the right knowledge and understanding to help this young man become who they're meant to be. And not expect that, as a parent, we expect the school will do it, or the school expects it's a joint effort. And for the broader society, changing the narrative about boys.
Yeah.
Empowering them with the knowledge that even failure is a lesson. There is nothing like it's all or nothing kind of approach.
Okay.
So I think we need just to empower ourselves with the right knowledge and skills and tools, and seek help, either from a counselor who's trained in this specific area, a doctor, if you find that there is an issue that needs to be addressed. And lastly, which is a big issue, is to ensure there's no shame attributed to mental illness or mental disorders.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Daktari. This has been a very interesting conversation, and I can tell that even from the comments, because some folks have actually brought in some very interesting aspects, like I mentioned earlier on that issue of single mothers. So thank you so much, and perhaps this
Paul,
conversation needs to sure.
Before you comment on it,
yes,
there's a male-centric view of looking at problems in the adolescence, which they categorize as single mothers.
Okay,
that's nonsense. The problem cannot be encapsulated into a statement and assume that is going to explain everything. It doesn't.
True.
If you look at the subject of single motherhood, there are very many factors that contribute to it. And the question is, why is the fatherhood aspect left out of this particular equation? Anyway, we can end the program.
Sure. And that is also something that we need to discuss in the future.
That's true.
Right.
And we're bringing them up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have today arrested 3 suspects robbers in Kawangware, Nairobi, and recovered a pistol believed to have been used in a series of violent robberies. Detectives from DCI Headquarters Operation Action Team arrested Nimrod Kayashe alias Buba along Ngina Road before he led them to 2 alleged accomplices, Vangelis Njungi and Patrick Kingato. Police recovered a Retray Falcon pistol loaded with 3 rounds of 9mm ammunition, as well as 2 motorcycles suspected to have been used as getaway bikes. The 3 suspects are in custody awaiting arraignment. Advocate Jamal Abdikadir says it is too early to predict the outcome of Kenya's 2027 general election because the country political landscape has changed significantly. Speaking during a Radio Generation interview today, Abdikadir said voter behavior has shifted since 2024 finance bill protest, making traditional political calculations and opinion polls less reliable.
Currently, one of the reasons why our politics is very fluid immediately after the election of 2022 is because majority of the people who voted in this government had not even bothered to look at what exactly this government wanted to do. And this government, by the way, has a very good plan. Yes, transformation agenda. All these things they are doing, they're just implementing their manifesto. And all these things which we are going to look at heavily borrows from Vision 2030.
Okay.
All they needed to do to now give it a legal status was to put it in the medium-term plan.
Okay.
Every 5 years or so, we have a medium-term. I think we are now having the last medium-term plan, medium-term plan 4, I think, of Vision 2030.
Oh.
Vision 2030 will die off because we are now in 2027.
The government has introduced Kenya's first comprehensive artificial intelligence policy aimed at regulating the use of AI and protecting Kenyans' personal information. The Kenya Artificial Intelligence and Other Emerging Technologies Policy 2026 sets standards for how AI systems collect and use data. It also provides guidelines on adopting the technology across key sectors while ensuring people's privacy and safety are protected. The policy comes as AI becomes increasingly used in services such as digital lending, recruitment, healthcare, customer support, and other online platforms. 4 mining sites at Kilima Pesa Gold Mine in Lorgorian, Narok County have been closed indefinitely after a fatal mine collapse killing 5 miners. Authorities have officially ended the search and rescue operations following Wednesday's tragedy, which brings the number of people killed in mine-related accidents across the country to at least 30 over the past 4 months.
We have to do investigation and inspection in all shafts to ensure they are safe and to ensure these artisanal miners or any investor may be in this area as the required licenses.
Kitui Senator Enoch Wambua is urging Parliament to pass Referendum Bill 2026, saying Kenya cannot continue without a law governing referenda 15 years after the 2010 Constitution. Wambua says the proposed law will provide a clear framework for future referenda. He also opposes limiting referenda to general election periods, arguing Kenyans should be allowed to vote on important national issues whenever the need arises.
It is unimaginable that almost 15 years after the passage of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, this country does not have a referendum law. And yet, Mr. Speaker, there have been attempts, several attempts, to carry out a referendum on different issues in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I am a happy leader today that perhaps those attempts did not sail through, because then we would have found ourselves in a very awkward situation, carrying out a referendum without a referendum law.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and it is time for us to get into this last hour, which is, as I like to say, promising to be one of the best hours so far. A big shout out to Oliver NYA. How are you doing? And and also there is Louise Rudasingo Masema, a very informative conversation. Thank you so much. Ken Mugola Masema, how do you deal with the issue complaining in school or avoid what am I saying? How do you deal with the issue? Complain in school to avoid arson by students? Well, I guess, yeah. You know me, I'm a firm believer in when something happens, you talk about it there and then. Don't wait until tomorrow, because like we like saying, City, tomorrow is never promised.
Not only that, if you let it fester, it acquires additional body parts.
Yeah. You mean legs?
Yes, it started off with a full body with one head, two arms. A day later, a third arm has grown.
Iko na miguu.
Yeah.
Na inatoka mbio.
Yep, na inatembea na inaongea pia.
Sawa. So thanks folks for your contribution to that particular conversation. But right now though, it's time for us to get into this hour. We have James Mulamba. James is a youth leader and civil rights advocate. James, habari ya leo, uko salama? Uko salama kabisa, eh? Haya. Utangoja kidogo ni sort your microphone yako, but thank you so much for being here with us. Alafu tuko naye Mark Oko now. Mark Oko is a youth coordinator and national student at the National Students Council. Bye bro. It's been a minute.
Niko salama.
Tunakaribisha sana.
Asante sana.
Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah. Now, Siti yako na methali kama kawaida. Siti,
yes.
Tupete methali.
Yes, this is a last proverb from the
Côte d'Ivoire.
Yes. The old woman looks after the child to grow its teeth. And the young one in turn looks after the old woman when she loses her teeth.
Yeah. James, nitaanza na wewe. What do you think?
Hiyo mic inafanya.
Inafanya sasa, iko sawa.
I don't get to pass.
Ungefanya hivi. Iko sawa sasa.
Could you repeat the proverb?
Yes, I can. When the sun shines, the old woman looks after the child to grow its teeth. And the young one, in turn, looks after the old woman when she loses her teeth.
Okay. I think I'll be simplistic with this, in that we're having a conversation about generations, I would think. And just like the parents or our grandparents looked after us when we were supple, when we were young and infants, all to maturity, when we needed them the most, I think we should be reciprocal in taking care of them in their old age. And we should not see it as a burden. I think we should take up the task with open arms, I would think.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, I think it's all a reciprocity concept where those of us, when you are young, say even you remember when you're going to school, our parents, especially if there are those of us those who came from households where the parents had to choose between these kids, which one should I place my bet on, and they'll be like, this one seems the brightest, and in foresight that in future when this education or the educational process will be able to make them people in society, they will in turn come back and invest back to them, not necessarily the parents, but you see even helping their younger siblings and so forth. So it's just more of a reciprocity concept.
Okay. Circle of life, like we call it. All right, so now, gentlemen, let's get down to business and get to discuss this hour. Which way Kenya from your perspective? So Mark, again, I'll come back to you. Are we headed in the right direction?
Yes, I think we are headed to the right direction, but
why do you think so? As you do the bad part.
You see, when you discuss about whether the country is headed to the right direction or not, you must also put this in terms of context. In right direction, is it economic wise? Is it politically? Is it in terms of health? Is it in terms of our media space? Whatever it is, but looking at it in just general context, I think as a country we are headed towards the right direction. And I say this because if you look at even the performance index or even the approval ratings of the current president, compare his approval rating between 2023 when it was literally as low as 12% to where we are latest being given that he's the most preferred presidential candidate at 31%. That approval rating of the country, of the president, has been exponentially been growing because when we joined this government, when we took over from the Uhuru regime, there was a lot of lapses that government had to deal with, whether it is the debt, dealing the debt issue, whatever, bringing up new systems, whether it is the health system such as SHA, new funding model, new employment programs such as housing program, whatever it is. And these things, take time accumulatively to be seen, and some of these projects are ultimately being seen by the people. So on a range of 1 to 10, I think we are doing a 7. Give it.
Well, I mean, if you go by those rankings you said, we are not doing 7. We are actually doing maybe 4, 3 point something thereabout, because 30 something percent. Mi nakumbuka nikiwa shule 30% ilikuwanga failure.
Well, if you have done a bit of statistics,
yes,
30%, especially 1 year to an election, is okay. Even Raila Odinga, who was one of the most popular, politicians. I was just having this discussion with one of a professor friend of mine. He was telling me a year to an election, 30% is a normal graph. In fact, if it was showing something like 70, in fact, when we were having this discussion, our friend of us who was saying that he's running for MP, was saying 78%. The professor told him that is a lie, because on a 1 year to an election, there is no one who could be a normal graph will be that way. 30% is okay.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, but me, what I can tell you is that wouldn't that 70% be a good rating as opposed to 37? Because if we look at it from, like I told you, because I didn't do that poll, and I don't know how they conducted it, but 30%. Even 40%. Okay. Let's put it at 40%. 40%, according to my lecturers, would be just enough to get you to the next level. But now, let's get back to elections. Let's get back to approval ratings. I believe because other candidates probably even came in far way below.
Yes.
I think the closest was Kalonzo. I can't even remember the percentage that he was given. And Matiang'i. And then there was Sifuna as well.
Yes.
Perhaps that is an indicator that Kenyans don't have a strong candidate that they can say, you know what, even Marco Uko is a preferred candidate at even 60% of being president. That, in my opinion, would indicate that Kenyans are not confident in the current leadership, whether it's in the opposition or even in government.
Well, I would say I have a much nuanced opinion towards that. As I've told you, 30% is a normal graph anywhere, a near to an election. In fact, if you talk to even the average Kenyan in the street, there's no one who will, in terms of a binary, will say, no, life in endelea vizuri. No, everybody will always be like, it is.
But isn't that a reason?
That way. But to respond specifically to your answer, I think the reason as to why the president could be at 30% and the rest as probably at 12, 15, 20% is because of this reason. I've heard some people trying to say, why is, say, Kalonzo Musyoka not as aggressive as, say, William Ruto or whomever it is? And I've said, give it to him. Everybody has a political style of doing things. Gachagua is different, Ruto is different, Uhuru is different, Raila is different. The only thing that people would wish to see is some organizational level in whatever style of politics you see. You see, for example, somebody like Gachagua, give it to him. We might not be on the same side of politics with him, but you can see some solid level of organization from his end, meeting people every day, grassroots leaders, the way he's handling them by election. Rigathi Gachagua, in terms of the opposition.
He's doing that in the mountain.
Yes, he's doing that wherever he's doing it. But you can see there's some organizational level towards the general election. Because what can you say about the same to Kalonzo, Matiang'i on a daily basis? Do you see some organizational level?
No, I don't.
The style doesn't matter. Even Kibaki was different, Uhuru was different. But people want to see some organizational level.
Okay.
For you political towards the general
election. Acha niulize Mulamba the same question. Mulamba, tunaangalia hao watu na tunaona jamaa ametupatia hapa 37, it was 37 eh? 31, okay. Mbona nimemuongezea? But you get what I mean, yeah? In my opinion, that is a vote for the people to say that, look guys, hapa hakuna kitu.
For the first time, a government defender or apologist, as they say, has confirmed to us that the government is a fan of Gachagua.
Okay.
I have long played with this idea, and I've long been at loggerheads as to why the government is obsessed with Rigathi Gachagua. But it appears now I have the answer. Probably because he mobilizes better, organizes better, and probably because out of the opposition politicians we have right now, he appears to be the most aggressive, the most lethal, and the sharpest of them all. Well, That's a conversation we should have another day.
Okay.
As for the approval rating of President William Ruto, I'm surprised it's even anywhere near 30. I would have expected it to be anywhere around 15% or 10%. I mean, who did you actually sample? Because 80% of the country says they don't want this guy. So why do you get? Why does he get the 30% from?
Wait, where did you get this 80%?
From polls that have been done.
Okay.
By who?
TIFA has given a poll rating of 65% of Kenyans who disapprove the president.
Okay.
And so many other polls you would say that probably they are not on the same level with TIFA. But polls are subject to change over time anyway.
Okay.
But looking at this, you would say is theory, but looking at the fact that in almost all provinces in Kenya, the one-term chant, I am not a subscriber of Gachagua, by the way. So when I mention one-term, you should not conflate that with my endorsement for his candidacy.
Okay.
I think himself and Ruto are cut from the same cloth. But that notwithstanding, in all 8 provinces, are they 8 or 7?
The 8.
In all 8 provinces in Kenya, there has been substantial, deep-seated snobbery of this government, negative commentary on this government, and negative rating on this government. And the one-term chant has perforated every constituency, every county, and every province in Kenya. They used to say it was a Nairobi and Nyeri thing. But the same thing is being the same slogan, the same mantra is being shouted and fondled with in Rift Valley. You saw the one-term chants the other day in Rift Valley.
Where in Rift Valley? And I'm asking.
I will get the video. It's among the videos I have.
But do you remember the specific location?
I don't remember the specific location. But the caption was it was Rift Valley.
Okay.
And I don't know. I don't think they would have gotten it wrong. Going by the comment section, I think they were expressing some dissatisfaction with their area member of parliament. The day before yesterday, a certain women representative for one of the northeastern regions visited county for the first time since
the lady in a chopper.
Yes.
It was I think it was Wajir.
Yes. If you followed that incident, you remember the one-term chants. That is northeastern.
Yeah, they actually refused that plane chopper from landing.
I have given you an example of Rift Valley. There are numerous examples of the same slogans in ODM and in Nyanza regions, even by ODM branded members. That is Nyanza for you. The same goes for Western. As for the Eastern region, going by the tribal narrative that has still bedeviled this country for a long time and still has gridlocked us from progressing, you would understand that just by the mere fact that Kalonzo Musyoka is in opposition and by the fact that he's an ally to Gachagua, the one-term mantra comes as almost as a birthright in the Eastern region. As for the Coast region, it appears a bit lukewarm, but the United Opposition is making inroads into it. Point is, yes, William Ruto has his supporters, but yes, the United Opposition has been able to demystify the William Ruto people knew in 2022. They have shown that he can be beaten. They have shown that he does not have a monopoly of dominance and popularity. And they have coined a mantra and a slogan and a narrative that has been the talk of town, even within government itself, for months on end. You remember when this conversation about one term started, at that point we did not have a slogan for 2 term. Government copied the slogan and changed it to fit its narrative. When the one term conversation came about, there was talk that a president must serve 2 terms. No president has ever served 1 term. That was before even the 2 term slogan was coined. But going through various examples all over the world and all over Africa as a continent, the United Opposition and the Gen Zs took time to educate Kenyans on the possibility of a one-term presidency.
Okay.
Examples of Lazarus Chakwera, Goodluck Jonathan, Donald Trump. I know he's having his second term, but he was voted out from his first term. And the list goes on. And you would give it to the opposition and to the Gen Zs in Kenya for pursuing that difficult conversation, because at one point it appeared as if William Ruto was unbeatable. And as I conclude, going by the Ol Kalou by-election, you would argue that UDA was not the primary owner of that seat, and that seat belonged to Jubilee. That is plausible. But going by the deployment of development, state resources, infrastructure, PSS, CSS, and incumbent MPs to
Was that
campaign
development though?
To campaign for, well, they said it was, to campaign for the UDA candidate, Samuel Mushina Nyaga, then you would not be mistaken if you said that the government was beaten in Ol Kalou, hands down, despite deploying close to 12 billion shillings.
12? Apana.
They said.
Did you say 12 billion?
Yes.
12 billion.
Yes.
You know that is more than most counties get.
I'm going by the figures who were given.
My friend.
I'm going by the figures who were given.
Okay.
I am not an authority on these figures.
I want to ask
I have not done my audit on these figures. I'm going by the narrative that's out here.
But
it is possible they did not use 12 billion.
But if we didn't,
this is the narrative
you
we have.
would have spoken about it as truth. You didn't preamble what you're saying by saying what we have in the public.
Oh, I
domain
forgot to say it's alleged they spent.
Okay.
It's
It
not
is
just
alleged they
alleged.
spent.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know what the equitable share that Nyandarua County gets every year?
I would say 15, 16 billion.
No.
It's not even 2 digits.
It is 4.4 billion.
Okay.
That's what they get. Now you tell me, they have 5 constituencies. If you are to equitably divide that amount,
about 900 million.
Okay, that's 900 million per year per constituency. So let's go by even just the figure of 1 billion. If 1 billion was spent in whatever form, services, goods and services, would we not see a phenomenal change in that county? Just 1 billion.
That will be
That
like
makes for a good
1.3
case.
million per day in the 90 days.
That makes for a good case.
Yes. So
again,
these figures, no, you are right. That is what people are saying.
Yeah.
This has to be spoken of. It is wild. 12 billion.
Sure.
God Almighty.
Yeah, I was very comfortable though with a billion, by the way. Yeah, sure, Mark.
I normally tend like to quote Bwana CT, and I think he will start forgiving me for this because he's a man with a lot of credibility. As an old man, he has seen a lot, and there's
being old is what gives me credibility.
A lot of experience in a lot of things, and there's something he normally likes saying on the show, that President Ruto is not as unpopular as many people tend to think. And I would just like to advise my brother, dealing with a lot of abstract theories sometimes can delude people into thinking about things which are far from reality. The genius of any man ends in numbers or when it's actually tested. We have had about 9 by-elections in this country, spread across the entire country, and the broad-based.
No, they were not spread across. They were just in several. But anyway,
yes,
make your point first.
Yes, in a number of the regions, there's another in Rift Valley. There was one in Nyanza. There was one in Western Isiolo. Mount Kenya recently. So it's fair enough to say it was spread across the entire country.
No, it's not. But yes.
The 9 by-elections. There's one in Western Kenya, one Kasipul in Nyanza. There was the other one in Isiolo. There was one Ol Kalou here. Which was the other one? There was Mbere. So fair enough. And out of the 9 by-elections, the broad-based government was able to secure 8 out of them. If the president was extremely unpopular, so to speak, I don't think we would have even secured half of it. What happened in Ol Kalou, it was generally expected because one, you have to be pragmatic that the mountain has largely shifted from supporting the president currently to to the one term or whatever sort of how you want to say. But another thing, there are 3 things that I want to say particularly about this Ol Kalou. One, of course, historically, because of how Olkalau, the 1995 Kipiripiri by-election has been spoken, there is some consciousness level of voting in Olkalau that is not seen in other constituencies, particularly in Mount Kenya. And a good example would be in 2022, we list the entire mountain was being painted yellow. Olkalau was one of the outlier constituencies that still voted Jubilee. Secondly is particularly about this Gen Z thing that he has been speaking about. If you look at all the by-elections that we have seen, if you look at the line just on surface view, we don't see a lot of young people lining up to vote. And I don't know if it's something you have taken. I don't know if you have taken note of. Even if you look at Olkalau, the people who are lining up to vote were old people, were generally middle-aged people. If you just look at the people who
I wouldn't state that as a fact, but from your perspective, were you in Olkalau, for example?
No, I was not in Olkalau, but I saw a lot of videos that were being shared from the
but the clips that are shared are biased depending on who is sharing it. Some are pro this, some are. But let me ask this question, Mark, as you continue. Forgive me for interrupting you.
Yes.
If it was easy to determine and to foresee the outcome in Olkalau, why did the government make so much effort in trying to sway people in the direction that they would want? If something is a foregone conclusion, why take all that time and bother and resources? Why?
An election, it has a binary outcome. It could either go your way, it also could not also go to a way. I think
Actually no. No. If you talk about Kenya, there are certain regions of this country where you can actually tell what is going to happen. Areas where there's a dominant figure whose party and whose voice is listened to, you can determine, if you stand with the Wiper party in certain parts of the country, the likelihood unless there's something absolutely strange about you will win. Up until the passing of Raila Odinga, you knew that barring the odd individual, the vast majority of ODM, anyone who stood on an ODM ticket would be elected. The same applied for in 2022. Anyone who was allied to William Ruto in his backyard, the likelihood of being voted in was very, very high. So, yes.
Okay.
Statistically speaking, there are things you can predict and say, this is what we think is most likely to happen.
Okay.
I think, of course, because you see also, UDA was previously the dominant party, particularly in Mount Kenya region.
Yes, it
and
was.
Because it was also because of, say, the victory of, say, a place like Mbeere, I think they could have been still motivated. And even the leaders from Mount Kenya region, the people who are leading that fight there, particularly like Moses Kuri and all the people who are surrounding the president told him, Mzee, we could still put in a fight if we managed Mbeere, using it as perhaps, a legitimacy to try. Whatever the reason is that it has been lost. And I think perhaps, 35,000 and 5,000, that's somebody winning against you 7 times. I don't think the president, where he is, he lacked intelligence, being told, Mzebwana.
Did you just say that 5,000 and 35, someone has won 7 times?
7 times.
Over?
Yes, over you.
Okay.
7 times, because 35 divided by 5 is 7.
They just got 7 times
yes,
more
amekuzunguka mara 7.
Okay.
Yes, amekuzunguka mara 7.
Percentages, 85 and 15%.
35 and 5,000.
No, I get the mathematics.
Yes.
It's just that I wanted to understand
what's said by 7 times. Yes,
amekushinda mara 7.
Amekushinda mara 7. I think if there is an intelligence system in this country, the president would have obviously known this one is a gone one.
Yeah.
And I think perhaps for him, where he was like still gauging this mountain. Could I get something like 20 or 30%? Then I'm good to go. But that as it is. Secondly, I think the person who has a bigger problem from this, and realistically speaking, are 2 people. One is of course the Jubilee Party, because now they are footing, they are bargaining cheap, because previously Mount Kenya was a major bedroom for them, so they will have to find feet somewhere else, so to speak.
Okay.
The second person who also has to figure a way around himself is our friend Professor Kithure Kindiki, because now in the broad-based context, now he has to find a way now to negotiate, because even if you talk about Mount Kenya East, Mount Kenya East, the people who voted in the previous election were about 900,000. 900,000, realistically speaking, even Gachagua will get some 30% from it, even if, so to speak, if Kindiki is that popular. If he is that popular, and that is like 600,000. Yes?
You know, there's something that I find puzzling, if you'll indulge me.
Yes.
First of all, let me correct myself. The equitable share is actually 6.8 billion a year, not 4.8. It's 6.8.
Ile ya Nyandarua County.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You are not in the media, but you've joined us. I'm going to explain to you why you've joined us in the media. We in the media has curated any conversation that happens in this country as being between Gachagua and Ruto.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And in that conversation, the most important cog in this wheel, the voter, the person, the individual, is left out completely. Why is it that the discussion about the people of Olkalau and who they are doesn't feature? Because they're the ones who voted. If you look at Mbere and you ask the question, what sort of people are these in Mbere? You will find that the people of Mbere are not the same as the people of Olkalau. So when you look at how they vote and why they vote, you may find it's also different. Okay? Central Kenya and their affiliation to parties, they are not like Luo Nyanza that has ODM dominating the region for God knows how long and how many decades. It's not like the eastern part, Cumberland. They are not. Look at the parties they have followed over time. Okay? 5 constituencies, as at the time of 2022, how many do you think were Jubilee? The gentleman who died was a Jubilee candidate. He won. 3 of those counties, or of those constituencies, were UDA. So, them and Kindagop, they were the Jubilee win areas. Now you tell me, does that not tell you that there's a peculiarity about these people? Are we saying that because the gentleman who was the MP, this was his 3rd term, it is him who was popular, so as long as he was in Jubilee, he'd be voted in? Excuse me. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say my heckles actually go up every time a conversation about our politics is segmented and is typified and described as Ruto versus Gachagua. You said it would represent a Gachagua win. No, it doesn't represent a Gachagua win. It represents how certain people voted. If UDA won, again someone would say it represents a Ruto win, and I would say no.
But City, let me ask this question. In the absence of Gachagua, would the people have voted? They voted. And when I say absence of Gachagua, I mean absence of Gachagua in opposition politics. If Gachagua had been pro-Gava, had still maintained his position as deputy president, perhaps even campaigned for UDA candidate, would the people have voted the way they voted?
Is that not the pertinent question?
Okay.
And that is
they would have still voted.
Sana. What would you say about that?
If Gachagua was in UDA, how would they have voted?
Because the mountain people, you remember, they left government before even Gachagua was impeached.
It's unfortunate.
Yes. Yes, they had already left.
I'm sorry, let me just what
the mountain people had already left this government before even Gachagua was impeached. The Gachagua impeachment was just an amplifier of it. If you check the popularity level of President Ruto, yes, before even that's why the broad-based arrangement had already even started prior to that.
Full stop. Mulamba, ndakuja kwako na hiyo swali bado. Mulamba, you were saying something.
It's unfortunate that we are discussing Olkalau, Gachagua, Ruto. If you'd allow me, I would like to pivot this conversation back to the youth perspective.
Okay.
And I will begin. Every generation inherits a country. Some generations maintain it, others transform it. Our generation has reached the zenith of status quo. Status quo is no longer tenable in Kenya, and we need to do something about it. And as the young people of Kenya, we were up in arms in 2024, 2025, and to this year, 2026, and we're still pushing for better governance, accountability, an end to graft, pushing for meritocracy, and accountability and better governance. And we've not gotten that. And the fight is far from over.
Yep.
The conversation must shift from changing governments to changing policies, changing principles, changing character, changing governance, in short. And we've not achieved that. Citizenship in this country only appears to matter every 5 years. And that is wrong. Democracy should be the daily habit or the ability to influence how we are governed and to question governments. We cannot forsake this constitutional right and moral obligation to others and to the politicians. Someone said politics is too important to be left in the hands of politicians, and I agree. And it is time as a generation we need to wake up. And I'm having this.
We all become politicians, yeah?
Not really.
Responsible
you
citizens.
You can lead from where you are. You don't have to be a political leader to transform this country. If you are in church service, please be the best leader there. If you are a business leader, please transform the business and the corporate world.
Yeah.
If you are into say athletics and sports, please show us sportsmanship, integrity, and better administration than what we have been treated to. If you think Kenya FKF failed, if you happen to get that position to lead the FKF and the Kenya Premier League, please do a better job than the ones you found there, because the leadership problem transcends government. It is not domiciled in the corridors of power.
Okay.
To me and to the young people, leadership should be measured by outcomes, not by grand promises, annotated speeches, handouts or rallies, but whether citizens feel safe or are safer, healthier, better educated, prosperous, and hopeful. And that is the conversation we are pushing as the young people. And we're saying we want to be stakeholders in this country called Kenya. We no longer are satisfied with being voters and spectators. We must be on the table for decision making, pushing policies, and making laws. And that's why we need to be involved, and that's why we need to be proactive in these things. And this has to go beyond activism. As James Mulamba, from where I sit, I think we have a problem with the political leadership in this country, in that we have enthroned development and made it so fancy and so beautiful that every citizen's dream is to have a better road, a better school, a better boat. And we have ignored the human rights. We have ignored social welfare. We have ignored social security and social protection. And those matter too. And by enthroning this conversation and exalting the conversation of development, which is not wrong, has put us on the wrong pedal, because we have granted politicians an opportunity to overpromise and deliver. From where I sit, I think it would be better to underpromise and overdeliver than overpromise and underdeliver. And I think the united opposition or the alternative government and the Gen Zs are being cautious at the moment with their political campaign messaging. They are very cautious on and very deliberate on not overpromising. Are they being cautious or being clueless? You would argue they are being clueless, but in the laws of power, I think law number 48, you would argue against this wisdom. But Robert Greene says, for you to catch your enemy by surprise, or for you to ambush them, you should not take any form, any agenda, any shape whatsoever.
Is Robert Greene an African?
No, he's not an African. I'm addressing myself to some of the philosophers who've shaped politics. Okay. And that might be wrong. That wisdom might be wrong. But in his thinking, he says that by not taking shape, by not taking an agenda, by not taking any form, which to me might be wrong or could be wrong, you do not give your enemy an advantage. You don't give them something to attack. You don't get to be defensive because in the first place there is nothing to attack. You don't promise to build a stadium, they would say we're already building one. You promise to offer free education, the president says we're going to offer one, but he has been unable to offer free education
by
for the first 3 years of his administration. But now miraculously he's dangling it as a low-hanging fruit and as a carrot for the young people of Kenya and for the population that really cares for education. And being that we have been disenfranchised by the current university funding model, you would expect that such a pronouncement would sway the young people. But then the question to ask would be, why are we having this conversation now? Why didn't we have it in your first year as president? Because you remember the conversation about free primary education that was fronted by Engineer Njenga Karue was, but that discussion started in 2000.
Njenga Karue ama Karume?
Was it Njenga? Was
Karume.
it Engineer Karue?
Who did what?
Is the one who tabled the bill for free primary education. I think it was Engineer Karue from I don't remember the constituency.
Okay.
But that discussion started in the first year, and that bill was enacted in the second year of Kibaki's presidency, and it took off.
You mean Njenga Karume?
I'm not sure, but I think it was was it
No,
Karue?
it doesn't mean Njenga Karume.
It was Karue.
Anyway, but I get what you I get your point.
Karume.
Free primary education iliingia wakati wa Kibaki.
Yes, and it was in his first year. You don't wait for the third year to announce goodies you have been keeping in store for this country.
I think in very
If
many
it was in goodwill,
the
I
president,
think that should have come in the first year.
But James, I think in very I want to look at it from a different perspective. The president literally admitted that this thing is not working, and he has said that we need to relook it, and he did it. And me, I'll give credit where it's due, because that in my books is credit. He has said this thing is not working, can we sort it out? Is it so bad when someone admits wrong? In the opinion, I wouldn't call it wrong, but is it really bad when someone admits that this is not working, we need to relook it?
But we had been pushing for free education
we
from
have.
primary to
We
the
have.
university,
We have.
and we say that could be done by collapsing the CDF, by collapsing the
Are we faulting the president
fund.
for actually admitting that this needs to be relooked?
We are faulting him for wasting our time. We said this could be done in the first year.
Okay.
He did not take that seriously.
But
So we had to.
and
do you
that-
know how many students have actually dropped out?
Very many.
More than 100,000.
And we know because the stats are there by the National Examination
Why
Council.
did we have to do a game of chess, a guesswork? While
That
we
one
knew
we can discuss,
While
for
we
sure.
knew, we would have done it better and differently.
How do we know? You tell me.
Because going by the funds we have,
If we collapse, and how much do they amount to?
they amount to around 200 billion
Are
shillings.
we actually blaming this guy for correcting something that he probably considers a wrong?
So you come up with a problem, then come up with a solution to the problem.
Yeah.
It's the same way you collapse Linda Mama, which was working for
But he's
the women
president. I
in
mean,
this
what
Kenya.
else can he do? Surely.
No, I want you to get this logic. You collapse that's something that is working, because HELB was working. HELB probably not as
But he thought
as,
this
as
other
good
thing
as
could work
was-
and it
was
didn't. So
supposed
he
to work.
said, guys,
now I
let's-
want to question that wisdom.
Yeah.
Because some people will say it's wisdom.
Okay.
You get something that is already working. Well, some people would say if it's working, if it's broken but working, please don't fix it. But point is, you get something that is working.
Okay.
You pivot us to a guesswork.
Okay.
Completely, which you know is guesswork. And after you realize you failed us,
James,
you get us back to another miraculous solution which we had proposed in the first place. You collapse Linda Mama, come up with Linda Jamii, realize Linda Jamii is not
James,
working as Linda
have you-
Mama
have you-
was
have you-
supposed to work.
James.
Then now tell us miraculously we need to go back to Linda Mama. Those guys
And
were
it's
wise
okay.
in coming up with Linda
He
Mama.
actually called it something new completely. Enewewe.
Unless he just wants
Every
to rename
newborn,
things so
every
that
year,
he
something.
has a legacy under his name.
But kitu James nauliza tu, ujaichukua wrong route alafu ka realize I'm heading the wrong direction, then you turn back because you genuinely believed this is the route to take. You've never found yourself in that situation?
Well, I would not expect a president
Okay.
to make
Shida ni
such gafes,
president. Yeah.
because he has economic advisors, presidential advisors, more than 50 to be precise.
Yes.
Who understand policy, who understand economics better than we do, and who can project and extrapolate into the future and
Okay.
into tomorrow. And they can tell him, Mr. President, this thing will not work, and these are the reasons. But then he decides to bulldoze it. You remember the talk about President Ruto advising his advisors. So if they say this is wrong, Bwana President, hapa tunaenda kugonga mawe. Please, Bwana William Ruto, from today, anza kusikiza. We would have saved a lot of time, by the way, and agony, the pain and the suffering of students who have been chased from school
Okay.
in the last 3 years.
What I understand, you're saying that the presidential bar is this high. And
It is that high. It is that high. We cannot we cannot do guesswork at the presidential level. I would expect. I would not have a problem per se, as monumental as it is, with a governor who's gambling with a policy.
Okay.
Because that is on a county level. Probably would say he's piloting.
James.
But
James.
on a national level, I would have a problem with a president who has so many think tanks, who has so many advisors, and he has access to other presidents. He has access to so many resources, and I think
raw intelligence,
and he does not have
the
a
bar is
shortage.
the same. You can't give the county governors a break on this one and say less is expected of them. If less is expected, then they should not vie for that job. They should vie for the job of, say, an MCA. The moment you want to present yourself as the governor, you'd better know what you're expected to do.
Sure.
Because you also have resources, and plenty of it.
Sure, that is right. I think probably we have been letting them slide, and that I think I beg to correct that notion. But going by the logic I was driving, between a head teacher and a teacher and a junior teacher, you would expect the head teacher to know better.
Ombati Stephen on our YouTube is saying, Mbuvi, let's allow Mulamba to develop his train of thought. Government has a lot of advisors. Are you sure none could foresee that the health and education policies would not work? Okay. He seems to agree with your train of thought in terms of that bar that you have held very high. And I agree with you in terms of...
When it comes to the education sector, James is spot on. Even with the divvying up of money for all manner of education, things like CDF and what have you, I'm stuck on the budget we have. The 700 plus billion Kenya shillings
development budget.
I would really like someone to demonstrate why that cannot give us free education. I would really, and I'm talking about from the lowest level up to university level. I'd really like someone to demonstrate why that can't work.
Okay.
Because it's the same argument I would use when I look at the division of spoils that the county governments receive. They always say it's inadequate, and yet they do not demonstrate how it is they've used what they've gotten and where the shortfall is, but it's always inadequate.
Oko,
yes,
your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think there is the pros and cons around, particularly the budgetary process that was done, particularly on the Ministry of Education, the 700 billion. But one area I think where government has done well, especially within the Ministry of Education, 33% of that allocation went towards the recruitment of teachers, and this is something that we have not seen previously in all other regimes. During the Kibaki's tenure, it was about only 20,000 teachers who who had been hired. During Uhuru's tenure, was about only 50,000 within the 10 years. And during for the first time, especially particularly in Ruto's regime, in just a period of 3 years, over 100,000 teachers have already been employed, and that's huge employment opportunities. In the next cycle, we're looking to about 16,000 new teachers.
Pause.
Yes.
The stats are correct.
Yes.
They are not difficult to figure out.
Yes.
Impact, because the discussion is about youth.
Yes.
Everything that you've said.
Yes.
With this education system we now have, it's now CB, not CBC anymore.
Yes.
Tell me about the impact that this education system has, and how it is that it's going to achieve the goals that have been lauded as the milestones that this system is supposed to bring about. Tell me.
But you see, these 100,000 teachers, they are part of solving the unemployment gap that we have.
Is that the only problem we have, the unemployment gap? We're talking about education here.
No, it is
Look,
not. Yes,
let me just say this.
Teacher per student ratio, staffing, you should mention.
You are spot on. Kibaki government, with the free education, the Uhuru government, they didn't do what the Ruto government has done.
Yes.
They didn't.
Yes.
They didn't build as many schools as they should. However, the Uhuru government actually, when the CBC issue, they gave money so that some of these things in preparation for the rollout was in place. Remember the issue of benches and what are those things, desks and what have you.
Yes.
And there were issues around it. There always are issues.
Yes.
That is absolutely true. What I'm asking is this.
Yes.
We have this system and we have a huge, not a small problem, a huge problem.
Yeah.
Teachers being trained to actually ensure this system does what it's supposed to do.
Yes.
Students who at the inception of this program missed an entire year. A gap already exists. A plan to ensure that the learning process of all the students who are in this system are up to the standard that was set theoretically.
Yes.
Now, increasing the numbers without telling us that they've been retooled, rekitted, and retrained to be able to meet these goals, those numbers don't mean much.
No, but there has been training for these teachers, particularly for the CBC program. And just to answer your question, whether we are doing in comparison to the Uhuru government, to Kibaki government, I think, to be fair enough, each government has some order of priority. So there is a government which will look, in terms of the educational system, they will say infrastructure for us was, is the major thing. There's another government who will say, the funding process will be the look at, for example, the Kibaki government, which will say that, let's make free, primary education free, for the Ruto government, perhaps solving the unemployment rate. So every government has some order of priority on what they will want to deal with first. And you see, give it to him, he also has like 1 year, and plausible if he's elected for another cycle, then we'll be able to gauge him within that span of 10 years of what he have done.
No. We critique as we move along. We're not waiting for the year to end for us to now critique you. No, we critique everything that you do.
Yes.
And the unfortunate thing for this government is they're being critiqued on what they said. They said.
Yes.
Now, if they fall short of that mark,
yes.
If they had said in these 5 years this is what we want to do, in the first year we're going to do this, in the second year this, believe me, the discussion will be different.
Yeah.
That's why I mentioned why we need to probably under-promise and over-deliver. We also need to curate a political culture in which public service is defined by integrity, and people can bank your word, not mere lies and promises, as some say. That we need to pivot this country to a paradigm shift in which leadership means accountability, service, competence, meritocracy, and respect for the Constitution and actual implementation of the Constitution. And as the young people of Kenya, we are very involved in governance now. There was a time we were not as involved, and I regret those days because it really pained me, because I was involved in politics as far back as 2017. But it really pained me that most of the young people my age were not interested in politics. They said it's boring. They preferred entertainment. Sherehe now ilikuwa proper, ilikuwa kama sheria. They preferred to stay away. And I think to this point they have realized that we need to do it better, we need to be involved, and we cannot outsource our decision making and voting to other people and expect them to make the appropriate choice we would have made if we were the ones voting. And the young people have also realized that voting is not enough. We also need to get ourselves on those ballot papers. We need to present that alternative. Tukisema ni Senate Nairobi, tukisema kuna Jalango, basi kukue na Mudhoka, kukue na Kalondu, kukue na Wanjeri, kukue na Oloch, kukue na Ochieng. There should be an option. Young people should choose between or amongst the options available. And I will agree with Mark that we as the young people have failed to galvanize support for our Gen Z candidates who showed up in these by-elections. And I have consistently talked about this. And I said we need to bring together our troops and our ranks, and we need to galvanize our support into one forum, into one outfit. As it is right now, we have 92 political parties in Kenya. Let's say the 40 of them that are proactive and active do not fit our purpose. How about we get one amongst the remaining 52 and make it our own? We don't have to build a party from scratch. There are so many young Kenyans and so many Kenyans in this country that have registered briefcase political parties and are very willing to donate them to the young people of Kenya. You just have to ask. You just have to show the aggressiveness. You just have to show the organization. You just have to show the seriousness. And we've not gotten to that point. And I'm addressing this conversation. We'll get to you, Mark, because Mark has downplayed the existence of a youth constituency. And that gets that gets to my heart. He has consequently and sustainably downplayed the existence of the Gen Z. He has said they are not a monolithic. He has said they are not a monolithic, which is right. But he has downplayed our ability to organize, bring change in this country, and actually transform the governance in this country.
Mark, please clarify.
And I'm addressing myself to this conversation. You will get to answer because over the years, we've had youth constituencies that have delivered change for this country. The young Turks of the 1970s and 1980s
Those
accelerated.
fellows were not young, but just continue anyway. They were just called the young Turks, but they were not young.
By the standards, for example, Sifuna is not young, given that he's above 35, but we would say he's youthful and young by the perspectives of this country, given that the youngest president we've had is 50 years.
Bro, 35.
Mark,
can we let James finish what he's saying, please?
Yes. The standards of this country is anyone who's around 40 and below is young, or 45 and below. Going by the example of Sifuna, who is 45 years today, we have not really realized the youth gain as a country, and that is why Mkubwa City is weighing in on the conversation on the young Turks of the 70s and 80s who are actually in their 40s and 50s. But then that appears to be a metric for youth. So the young Turks of the 70s and 80s accelerated access to education opportunities and they pursued Pan-Africanism. I'm referring myself to the likes of Tom Mboya and the rest of them. In the 1980s and 90s, the activists, students and lawyers and part of the clergy pushed for multipartism, the repeal of Section 2A, and a change of regime in 2002. And they also delivered a constitutional change in 2010. Today, we the young people of this generation, to our credit, most of us are below 35 years. Probably City, we have solved that problem, maybe for now. We are pushing for genuine accountability, a change in administration, better governance. We are pushing for meritocracy, and we're pushing for integrity in leadership. And we've not achieved that. And we're still fighting for that. And it pains me that Mark decides to be on the wrong side of history today when the young people are grappling with the current problems we have, and we are trying to come up with solutions to the problems that have beleaguered us for generations. It is like being on the wrong side of history in 1992 when the country was going into the first multi-party elections, and we were delivering a repeal of Section 2A, and William Ruto and the Youth for KANU in 1992 decide to be on the wrong side of history. That is a replay of what I'm seeing here today.
Mark, final word, please.
Yeah, because I know we are running out of time. I'll try to be very brief, and I'll just say three major things. One, I do see the involvement of young people, particularly around our political dynamics, but it is more of a passive involvement than more of an active involvement. And I've given you an example of the by-elections, if there anything to go by. I have not, when I was seeing, just from a surface level, I was not seeing so many young people showing up on the day to line up. It could have been choreographed to seem that way, but you see, somebody should have shown us the alternative, that young people are actually showing up to vote. Second thing is that young people should not delude themselves that they are, how do we say, exclude themselves to the realities and the dynamics of the political scenarios that they will find themselves. For example, about the party issue, although you see, one thing that we also delude ourselves is that we think that young people is synonymous to being competent. Is not necessarily the truth. If there's an older candidate who is seemingly more competent, has a better manifesto and all that, they should be elected. Then there's, in just the same line, you should not exclude yourself from the realities of the day. If you're a young person and you're going to vie, say, for a member of parliament seat in Mount Kenya, there's something called risk assessment. If you're not vying under DCP, the probability of you winning you have already reduced it perhaps to a half. In Rift Valley, if you're not vying under UDA, YPI in Eastern. So yes, you must do something called risk assessment and not deluded by the wave of, I don't know, it's the time for the young people and all that. Then the other thing is that the youthful population are a bit flimsy, and they're flimsy in the sense mainly because of a financial need.
Okay.
And I'll give you an example. I've been in a number of WhatsApp group for youth leaders and student leaders. A week ago, people were fighting a PS Fikirini so much because of what happened to Cecil, the young
Ouma, yeah.
Yes, Ouma. Then the other day, I saw we had a there's a contribution for one of the student leaders who had died, and PS Fikirini had contributed about 50,000. Then over suddenly, I saw the people who are fighting him on all these groups were saying Fikirini is a good man, he should be given a microphone. Then I saw somebody who was trying to fight him, and everybody was no, that is now in the past, and it was like everybody has forgotten.
Okay.
Even if another good example is particularly around these people who are called the goons. Majority of the young people who are used for those kind of things today, if Mbuvi you have a certain group of goons, do not be deluded that you own them, because tomorrow
they can be bought.
Yes, they can be bought, and that's the thing. Then thirdly, and I think this is very, very important.
And I hope that's finally.
Yes, finally. Okay. The member of parliament for Kipiripiri.
Yes.
Kipipiri, the lady. I'm trying to remember her name because this is around the Olkalau thing. I'd really wish to talk about it because she talked about two ways in which young people, but particularly should be very looking towards the 2027 election on how they can be rigged out, even if they don't have resources. One is the use of phones at the boothing area, because she talked about how agents were having voters to go and take a picture. You send that you have voted for that particular candidate. They send you money. Then it's part of the rigging. Then the second way is these people who call themselves who need to be aided voters. The ones who say that they cannot write their names or something. They come there.
Illiterate ones.
The ones who, in quotes, illiterate ones. And they say that if you have 5 people who are so-called 5 illiterate voters and are being helped, by the side, you have 5 of them being helped per hour. In 4 hours, those are 20. In 4 booths, that's 80, and 80 times say 100 polling station, that's 8,000.
Yeah.
Yes, and she gave a very interesting view on how some of these elections are actually being rigged in today. And I think young people should be more
vigilant.
Yeah.
If you would allow me, if I don't ask these 3 questions, I think my supporters would have a problem with me and I will be in hot soup.
Please honor your supporters. Yes.
Based on public records, Mark Ouko has never attended any protest or Gen Z event.
Are you sure?
That's not a question. That's a
based
statement.
on public records. I'm getting to the question.
He's better. He'll answer. But continue.
I'm getting to the question. So what gives you the authority to question the young people?
I have attended.
That's the first question. 2, you were in Azimio in 2022 and earlier. Yourself, from the supporters. This is from the supporters. This goes by the logic that you mentioned. Mother Karua could not provide or galvanize support for Raila Odinga, given that she could not get enough votes from her constituency. And going by that logic, Mark was in Azimio or pro-Azimio before 2022.
All right.
The question, yes, the question. So when was the Damascus moment? When did you realize that Ruto is the man to man to watch and the man to support? So did you miraculously decide to believe in him after he was elected and inaugurated? And the last question. At one time, I remember I watched this interview.
Yeah.
Mark said...
Where was this interview?
I think at Citizen. I think at Citizen.
All right.
If I'm wrong, you will correct me. That the next election, that is the 2027 one, will be defined by Raila Odinga because he was the enigma and the force of politics in Kenya.
Okay.
That was before the young people told him to sit down.
Okay.
To take a back step and to stay at home and let us fix this country. Yes. And when Raila joined government, there was talk within government and some bravura and confidence and bravado that now because Raila has joined us, we have 15 million votes strong. But the young people disapproved this narrative. So Raila Odinga has left us. He's since deceased by today.
Yes.
So does Mark Ouko admit that he perhaps was wrong, that Raila would have delivered the victory for William Ruto in 2027? And does he now recant his statement and acquiesce to the fact that most of the conversations we have are pure guesswork because we cannot control tomorrow and we don't know what will happen tomorrow? And it is possible the William Ruto is supposed today might not be on the ballot in 2027. That's one. Two, he might lose the presidency in 2027. And I need him to have a conscience of those. Yes.
Okay.
No, these are abstract ideas. I don't think I have any response to this because when somebody says that I supported
Ruto,
right? Because I talked about Martha Karua. Now today I've talked in a positive way about Gachagua. Does that mean I support their side?
I don't know.
Just that when you do an analysis, you can do an analysis from both ends, and it doesn't constrain you. I supported William Ruto in 2022 because I could not see a pathway victory for Raila Odinga. I'm supporting right now William Ruto.
Let me correct that statement. In this particular interview, Marco Uko said, Martha Karua, the one who could not deliver votes to us in Azimio, is that the one you are counting
I didn't say
for?
us in
I will get
Azimio.
that interview. Secondly, Mark was not as proactive as he is today in defending William Ruto prior to 2022, and he was a digital commentator even before 2022.
Okay.
His support for William Ruto appears to come conveniently after William Ruto has been inaugurated as president. So why the delay? Unless it confirms what I'm saying.
Let me ask the question. As young people, do you have a forum where you discuss the diversity of views that you have? Because the one thing that seems clear from the conversation we have with young people who support different political dispensations is that you are all rabidly in favor of the factions that you support, and you have no room to allow for
divergent views.
Yes, exactly, which tells me that the youth population are a dictatorial lot.
No, City.
It is either their view or
no one.
Yes.
Or none other.
Yes. You see, dictatorship is not you telling people what to do. No, it's you telling them this is my path, and there isn't really another one other than this one that I have. But Paul, that's something I want you to think about, because we will invite you again.
But Mark was saying something. Sana hapo kwa protest. Will you end up a protest?
Yes, in 2024, because particularly around the finance bill. Yes, I had an issue particularly with the finance bill.
But unajua Paul, malize hii conversation, and there's a reason why I'm saying this.
Okay.
Both James.
One final question.
No. You said 3. We've had 3 questions,
and we're actually out of time, guys.
Yes.
Yes. All right, gentlemen. I'm sorry if I've been unfair to anyone in terms of time.
It's not that we don't want him to talk. We even allow you an hour, but we have a time schedule. There's a show that comes after us, and we've got to give them time to sort out.
Could I ask one question? You could go think about it.
No.
James, unfortunately, I am sorry.
I wanted to have it on record.
No. You had the time.
You can tweet it. We'll retweet it.
Yes.
No,
James.
Paul. Yes, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming. And I'm sorry if I've been unfair to anyone in terms of time. But this is where we'll come to a close. Let's do this again some other time, right?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much to everyone who's tuned in, tweeted, WhatsApped, and even on YouTube. Akina Ombati Willie, Oliver, Akina Boaz Waruku. I see you guys. Thank you so much. But for now, here's the news with Wayne Maganga. See you on Monday.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Parents, schools, and communities have been urged to pay